And
oh, continue our journey. Fu, you're just like your father, relentless in experiments, neglecting anything else. Has he also burned a generator while experimenting? The things he's burned are much bigger than generators. There's time later, I'll tell you more. For now, let's just replace this flywheel. It's been a truly long day, hasn't it? Indeed. 2 consecutive murder cases in a single day. Shen, you've had a busy day too. Get some rest now. No rush. I need to make some case records. You haven't slept all night either. Why not take a break? Blacksmithing Ta helped me make a spring. I want to install it in my invention. What new invention do you have now? It's a secret. Once I finish it, you'll find out. Don't burn the generator again. Don't worry, I'll pay attention to the voltage this time. The captain has steered the ship towards Yangtze. Sure, let's visit the Golden Words publishing house. Hopefully we'll discover something there. Shen, how about telling me more about that case? I can help you. Certainly. I was planning to go through the case again from the beginning. Shen, are the details of the crime in Lope's novel really identical to this case? Indeed. It all started 3 years ago. Ooh, do we get a flashback? 3 years ago, I was studying law in Boston. In August of the same year, I received a message from Joseph, a good friend of my brother, informing me that my brother had died mysteriously in his apartment in London. Determined to uncover the truth, I decided to travel to London. The greenhouse ahead is where my brother met his fate. Well, I got a loading screen, but I didn't really get an end of chapter. Do we want to keep going? I mean, I do kind of want to hear the story. Is this the place?
Hello. May I ask if this is Officer Jones?
Yeah.
I am John Shen, brother of Brian Shen.
My close friend Brian Shen's younger brother, John Shen, is about to arrive in London. Please guide him to Inspector Brian's death scene and facilitate his access to the case files.
Sounds like we might be inspecting another case.
Since it's Joseph's request, I'll certainly coordinate with you. I'm Cordy Jones, investigating your brother's case. Just call me Jones.
Thank you for your help.
Speaking of which, your brother's suicide scene looks rather eerie. Young one, sure you want to step in? Alright, after checking the scene, come away to the office. We'll sort out some paperwork. step up the case then.
You guys again? How many times you come without invite? Is police station 2 free? Or whole London only has case in my place?
Mrs. Cheng, sorry for not giving you a heads up today.
What an important person, huh? Move aside.
笑，两兄弟长得真像。
Look, look, they really do look alike, these two brothers.
弟弟比哥哥还要
The
健
younger
康
brother is even more handsome than the elder brother. Auntie Cheng, in the letters my brother sent me before, he often mentioned your care for him.
你哥
A
是
good
个好
man, your
男儿
brother. Ambitious and talented. Bad luck, such things happened.
没想到发生了这样的事。
Mrs. Cheng, can we first?
Take off shoes first. Don't dirty my carpet. Keep windows shut. Bad energy open. Every time you come, my house a mess. My net smells stove. Knock it over. See what happens.
Nay, bother. Dinna fash yourself. We didn't need to intrude over much. Theoretically speaking, this should be here.
Last trip? That's not what the signs say. Foreigners, you will have more visits. All right. Stick close to your esteemed guest.
Esteemed guest?
Without him, you break my vase today. Compensate me. It's croissant. Expensive.
Vase?
Ah,
See? I told you.
这屋是他的工作室，命案就发生在
this
这儿
room is a studio. The murder happened right here.
他经常
He often locks himself inside, researching. I don't understand what he is researching either.
有劳这玩意。
Thank you, Auntie Cheng, for your help.
小伙子，你慢慢看。
Young man, take your time to look around.
You.
You.
Walk careful. Don't break my things again.
Poor Officer Jones.
I really hope this is the last time I'm stepping in here.
Officer Jones, could you please tell me about the situation at the time?
Of course. That afternoon at 2:05, we got a telegraph saying there's been a murder in this room. We went upstairs to check. Found the door locked from the inside. Had to break the lock open. What's inside? We saw the victim lying in a rather eerie pose on the chair. The dagger plunged into his chest. His expression was awfully strange. A lot of pain. Half his face seems to be smiling.
What kind of dagger is it? Is there anything special about it?
Nothing remarkable in appearance. Light in weight, but razor sharp.
What is the current direction of the police investigation? Have you identified any suspects yet?
I thought Joseph had already filled you in on this. Well, Mr. Shin, based on the evidence gathered so far, the police have come to the conclusion your brother took his own life.
What?
Suicide? Impossible. My brother would never kill himself.
The room was sealed off at the time of the incident. All door and windows were locked from inside. The only key was in your brother's own hand. Not just that, but the weapon only had his own fingerprints on it as well. Again, it's hard to accept. My condolences.
Because I think... Oh, yeah, we're just asking him the same question. So I guess we could ask him again, just to kind of refresh. Ah, okay. Well, if it's still too quiet, just let me know. As lang as it helps to solve the case swiftly. Okay, so we'll do about the person who filed the report. Yay! Officer Jones, you mentioned earlier that someone filed a report. May I ask who the reporter is? Came in an anonymous telegram. Had only one sentence. A homicide occurred at 79 Prilly Street. Oh, it even calls it a homicide. At 2:05 p.m. It does sound somewhat illogical. Since this room is locked and it's a suicide, how could anyone know a homicide occurred here? I must admit, you got a sharp mind, but... See, the curtain of this window is nigh closed at that time. It's likely that someone from the opposite building saw the body through the window. Windy? Have the police questioned the residents of the building opposite? Anything you can think of, we've already considered. Just gone to that building to look for eyewitnesses took up my entire week. It's hard to identify potential witnesses with the busy restaurant on the 3rd floor. Okay, so we do have a new clue. Nice. Okay, we'll ask about Joseph. Officer Jones, you and Joseph were both at the Kensington Division, right? Joseph was my superior just half a month ago. However, I'm guessing that's 2 weeks ago he got a transfer order and was sent to be moved to Shanghai. Was Joseph in charge of my brother's case before? That's correct, but no, the case is in the hands of the new detective sergeant. The new sergeant is nae an easy person to deal with. When we're going to the police station later, you'll witness it yourself. Officer Jones, can I... Oh, okay. Well, that's a repeat, and that is about the suspects. May I ask if the police have identified any suspects yet? Mr. Shen, as I mentioned before, your brother's death was a suicide, so there are no suspects. I kind of figured that's what he was going to say. Even if it is determined to be a suicide, don't we need to rule out the possibility of homicide? Of course. We have to look into the suspicious individuals. Mrs. Chang, the only person there in the flat that day. Stonewu, your brother's classmate, had a good relationship with him, but had a big row for. Toby Chen, your brother's classmate, had a competitive relationship with him. There's also the sender of the telegram, Mr. Bell, your brother's research project sponsor. How did they know it was him if it was anonymous? We had interrogated all these individuals and have alibis for the time of the incident. I completely understand your desire to uncover the truth. But the truth is, your brother committed suicide. Okay, that's all we can ask him. So then, let's see. We will examine the door. Wooden door with a round lock. The lock is already damaged. When we got here, the doorknob was locked from the inside, so we had to force the door open. Okay, so it could have been just damaged from them entering, but it might have also been damaged before they broke in. Let's see, anything else on this side? No. Okay, we'll do the body outline. Officer Jones was my brother sitting in this chair at the time of death. Strictly speaking, he was not sitting in the chair, but leaning on it in a very peculiar posture. His head and lower limbs were bent downwards, while his body arches upwards like a bow. How could this be? We've looked into all sorts, but there is no definitive answer. Now ruling out that he got a massive fright or pain reaction at the very moment of his passing. Brian. Mr. Shen? Mr. Shen, you alright, pal? You look as if you've just come back from the depths of hell. Can I take a closer look around here? Please go ahead. Crime scene investigation. Let's see. So he was holding the key. Is this shape a key? Aye, we took it as evidence in our investigation. This is the sole key to the room, and we discovered it gripped in Brian's left hand. There were only your brother's fingerprints on the key. Okay. There are many scattered paper ashes around the chair. Not just around the chair, but there were quite a few paper ashes on your brother's body. Aye, I hear in the East you burn paper during ancestral worship ceremonies? Do you reckon this has any connection to your brother's passing? Ancestral worship ceremonies. Indeed, Mrs. Chen mentioned that August 15th, according to your calendar, is a special holiday. That day was the Ghost Festival and also the anniversary of my father's death. So you're suggesting that on that day your brother was performing ancestral worship for your father? It's not possible. Our relationship with our father was not good, and we had never done such a thing before. Okay, maybe the chair. Drops of blood on the floor, as well as the edges of the chair, which have already coagulated. There were no bloodstains in the room except near the chair. Officer, how were the bloodstains distributed on my brother's clothes at that time? There are a wee bit of bloodstains on the clothing near the dagger, but aside from that, there was no clear flow direction to the left, right, up nor down. What is this? No, I can't mark that. An unburned scrap of paper, seemingly made of oiled paper. Seems that there was some writing on it, but it's impossible to recognize it. Okay, anything else? Looks like maybe 4 more clues. Brian, what exactly happened? I won't let you die like this without knowing the truth. I will definitely find the murderer and bring them to justice. The white circle represents the position and posture of my brother when he was killed. I can't let him die like this without knowing the truth. — Deep claw marks on the chair's legs with slight traces of blood on them. Interesting. Brian, what exactly did you experience? Okay, so we got claw marks. What else do we... Maybe I'll just do that one. Officer Jones, if my brother's body was contorted when he was killed, how was he leaning on the chair? Let me do a wee sketch for you. Here's how he and the chair were set up at the moment. The victim's body and the chair found a fine equilibrium, a delicate balance. Not sure if that was a coincidence. Anything else that might be of interest? Looks like we need to find one more, maybe just the chair itself. My brother's body was found, it was contorted. His body and the chair achieved a delicate balance. Nope. Not that. Nope, that's the same as before. I want to circle this, but it doesn't. Well, I guess it does. Okay. An asbestos mesh with burn marks on it. The corner of the asbestos mesh is tied with wire and the middle part has been replaced with wax. It might have been used for experiments as asbestos mesh is a common tool in labs. The mesh is charred black with a thin iron wire tied at each corner. The central asbestos has been replaced with wax. Okay. Oh, there's candles on the floor. Why are there candles on the floor? Let's do the skylight first. Beam of light shines through the skylight directly onto the chair where the murder occurred. Ah. What is this? The skylight window frame shows scorch marks and the marks appear to be fresh. Oh, indeed, those are scorch marks. Even though it's unclear what caused them, this is unrelated to the case. How can you tell? The skylight is very high, and without a ladder, there's no way one can reach it. Mrs. Cheng's house doesn't have that. Besides, we've inspected the skylight, and it's locked from the inside of the house. Thick dust on the glass, no signs of being touched or tampered with. Say, it's highly probable that those scorch marks were made before the incident. This is your brother's studio, and the marks on the window are likely caused by experiments. Keep changing up his accent. Okay, books. I bet we're going to have a Sherlock Holmes book. Several books on the desk, including Principles of Chemistry and the Interpretation of Dreams. Seems like these are books that Brian often read. Each book's spine has some ink stains. Their arrangement seems to have a certain pattern. Officer Jones, may I organize these books? Aye, the police investigation is done, and they're no your property. Okay, ooh, we get to rearrange based on the ink splatter. Oops. Can I move this? How do I move them? Okay, select. Oh, okay. I think this one goes here. And then maybe this one. And then maybe this one. Oh, except, let's see, we'll try. Okay, and then this one, we'll put at the very end. Oh, it doesn't replace it. It replaces it, it doesn't shift it over. Nice indeed. The ink stains on the books spread diagonally. These ink stains indeed appear to be flicked from a fountain pen. There's a break in the middle of the ink stain, as if there's a book missing. Doesn't look like an obstruction, because there'd be like an outline. Clearly, another book in the middle has been taken. Could you please tell me if the police took a book with ink stains on its spine from the scene? Nah. Could it be that the killer took the book? Seems difficult to confirm if the book was missing then, or if it had been gone for a while. Mr. Shen, you need to trust the police, Didn't I assume there is a killer on your aim? Okay, let's do the candles. 7 candles arranged on the ground in the shape of the Big Dipper. Each candle is securely fixed on the floor with wax by someone. There's wax on the other sheet we found. It looks like some kind of mysterious Eastern ritual. The Big Dipper. Can you still find the Big Dipper? Right there. Cute. And looking in the direction of the spoon's handle, you can find the North Star. The North Star is the only star that remains fixed at the North Celestial Pole. Therefore, travelers use it as a guide for direction when they are away from home. Find the North Star anywhere, it guides you back home from afar. Aww. Since the candles are arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper, the position of Polaris is near the desk. Is there anything special about the desk? I didn't find anything special on the desk either. If I had to say, there are some marks on the candles instead. Tell me quickly. You see the side of this candle, there's a shallow scratch. The index to it also has one. Interestingly, these 2 scratches are on the same horizontal plane. Indeed, they are quite suspicious. Could they be traces left by the murderer? The possibility of this being a case of homicide is very, very low. Yes, you keep saying that. Currently, no evidence links the candles to the murder case. Class photo. Is this the photo of my brother and his friends? They're all your brother's classmates. I heard Joseph took the photo. Did he mention this guy? He mentioned these 2, but I don't think he mentioned him. The one in the middle is Stone Wu. He knew your brother from before coming to the UK. Seems to have met him when I was... Oh, it seems I have met him when I was a child. The one on the right is Toby Chen. He's your brother's classmate at the University of London. Who's the one on the left? How come they keep leaving him out? Okay. Stool. There's a small stool placed between the desk and the candle arrangement. Stool is very small with a height of less than 20 centimeters. Okay. Windows can only be opened from the inside. Below is the busy Plymouth Street with fashion stores, jewelry shops, and furniture stores. Not far away are the iconic Palace of Westminster and Royal Opera House. Through the window, the three-storied Savoy restaurant across seems to be very busy. Okay. The drink. Phonograph. When we entered the scene, the phonograph was still playing, but it stopped after a short while. Did it stop because the wax cylinder ran out? It has been about 50 minutes of playing. I have personally verified this matter. His accent makes it hard to read sometimes. There's a cafe downstairs in this building, just on the floor below. Staff reported continuous opera music from this room from 1:40 to 2:30 p.m. that day. Did they hear any other sounds? No. Okay, the phonograph was playing the Peking Opera 7-Star Lamp. Mr. Shen, interested in listening to phonographic content? Sure, we'll give it a listen. It sounds somewhat familiar. We're not going to play it for 50 minutes, so... Oh, maybe this is significant. 7-Star Lamp, what is that about? It's about Sung Lang, who failed to borrow 10 years of lifespan from heaven 1790 years ago. Say, that's how it is. There's a story of Kongming begging for longevity. Okay, the lab bench. He's got a whole lab in his room. Lab bench that is filled with bottles and containers. I guess they did say he was experimenting. Okay. Stack of oil paper on the table. Each sheet is large and thin, so we must have burned one of those. Since we found oil paper fragments. Okay, click on that. Dismantled kerosene lamp on the table. Several long cotton threads soaked in the kerosene bottle. A small brush inside. Should be significant in some way. Maybe just the chemicals? This bottle contains... strychnine! Officer Jones, do you know there is strychnine in my brother's room? Oh, did not flash. We had certainly looked into this angle. Your brother's autopsy and toxicology tests were done by Joseph, a forensic expert. Even though the signs on the body looked like strychnine poisoning, the tests came out negative. Oh, that's right. Because we asked the old lady about it. in the last murder case. The other forensics expert. What about other toxins? Of course, all of them came back negative. Our capabilities are limited, and some new drugs may not be detected. What is the current police speculation about the cause of my brother's body contortion? Just a moment, let me check my notebook. It has Joseph's theory. Oh, found it. We found a recently healed wound on the victim's foot. If there is rust contamination on the wound, or if he was exposed to germs during experiments, then there's a possibility of tetanus infection. If he got a fright or felt intense pain, it might have caused back spasms. Or if there's stimulation causing back nerve paralysis, it could lead to body contortions. In summary, Joseph thinks there are many possible causes for the body's contortion. As for the toxicology test results, they were all negative. It's cut off. Okay, how about this? We only need one more. Various chemicals and reagents placed on the lab bench. Among them, there are aspirin, procaine, and trichloramethane. Test tubes contain powdered herbal medicines such as Sophora flavescens and Angelica sinensis. All these scientific words. Okay. I checked all that. I want to know what the white thing on the floor is. Oops. Circular outline. There we go. What was originally inside this white circle? A roll of Morse code paper strip which we took as evidence. So you found it on the ground? Aye, that's right. I suspect it fell from the Morse code telegraph machine. He has a Morse code telegraph machine? In his room? Does it have any content on it? Aye. It's all telegrams from Mr. Bell, Joseph's father. We've checked the contents discussing the development of a certain drug. Nothing suspicious. Are you sure? Maybe the drug that they were discussing that was developed is not detectable? Okay. Oh, we already checked the lab bench. Oh. No, we don't need to check it again. Anything on here? Cabinet. On the top shelf there are certificates and medals that my brother has received. In the middle there are some pharmaceutical theory books and laboratory equipment. On the bottom shelf there are several wax cylinder records, including Autumn in the Han Palace. Okay, nothing else? Okay, we checked the lab bench, checked all that. Oh, telegraph machine. This is the telegraph machine on the table, and there are traces of it being used on that day. The Morse code paper reel we found should be fitted in the hexagonal area on its tap. Other than that, no other abnormalities were found on the machine. Okay, I checked that. Okay, so we can either see if we have any more questions we can ask him now that we've observed everything, or we can go ahead and leave. Okay, did all of that, so I guess we'll proceed to the hallway. Can we talk to her again? Auntie Cheng, do you want to know about my personal matters, about your brother's matters, or about the case? We'll just start with his brother. Auntie Cheng, may I ask? Your brother is polite and knowledgeable, and our 5 elements are a good match. According to the 6 energy cycle, I was born on a Jinyum day and your brother on a Jaihe day. I cannot pronounce these properly. Jinying belongs to metal, while Jaihe belongs to earth, and earth generates metal. The yin and yang are balanced, mutually generating and thriving. If he rents this house from me, both he and I should benefit. Alas, his year predicts misfortune and a short life. Don't move. What? She's a little eccentric. Your eyes are bright and lively. Your facial features are well proportioned, sign of long life. Listen to my advice. Don't hold on to gains and losses, only trap you in inner demons. Okay, how about the case? What happened that day? That day, I was sitting at the entrance. Brian came back at noon and greeted me. Also, I saw several people following him like ghosts. After your brother came back, they stood opposite side of the street staring here. Ooh, keep an eye on him. Do you know that my brother... Seems like he also noticed. His left facial muscle is twitching a bit. Expression looks peculiar, very rigid. At that time, it was approximately around 1 o'clock. I watched him go upstairs and lock himself inside. He didn't come out again. Before the police arrived, I stayed at the entrance the whole time, and no one else went in. Regarding this matter, what do you... I told the police, but they didn't believe me. They even said it was my mistake. The public security here is bad. I guess we'll just go ahead and ask, just to... You'd like to ask how long I've been in London. Exactly. I am from Taoshan Canton, and I have been here for 13 years. The fog in London, toxic. You can see nothing, smell unpleasantly. Lungs corrupted for living here. No one cares about this terrible environment. Auntie Cheng, the staircase is indeed. My lungs are still alright. The medicine inside is nothing special. They are all tonic herbs. Astragalus, ginseng, and goji berries. Do you want to know about my... Oh, okay. We already asked all of the questions. Okay. We don't want to go back there. Cabinet. Wooden miscellanies? I was going to say miscellaneous, but it's not quite spelled correctly for that. Inside, there are various uncommonly used items piled up. Herbal medicine. Oh, statue of Kuan Yu placed as an offering on the ancestral offering. In front of the statue is a censer with 3 burning incense sticks inside it. Medicine is being brewed on the stove, and the hallway is filled with a strong herbal smell. But the smell is unfamiliar. It doesn't resemble common Chinese herbal medicine. Can we check the bedroom? I guess so. Bookcase in the bedroom is filled with detective novels. There are also The Murders in the Rue Morgue, The Woman in White, and The Moonstone. The whole collection of Sherlock Holmes series. I knew they were going to come up again. They've been in all of them so far. The Return, a book gifted by Joseph. There's a dedication he left on the title page. Brian, welcome back to the Conan Doyle Book Club. Enjoy The Return. Joseph. I remember Brian's dream to become a detective. Okay, bedside table. This photo. This is probably the only family photo. Oh, maybe that is Brian. Maybe that's why I keep asking. Why didn't they tell us about this other person? It's because it's his brother. That's why. If it weren't for our father, the family wouldn't have fallen apart. Now even you have left. Oh. Okay, photo on the wall. This is... Aw.
爹爹，孔明灯真能实现愿望吗？
Dad, can a lantern really make wishes come true?
当然可以。孔明灯
Of course it can. The sky lantern is a messenger to the moon for listening to wishes. Aw.
真的吗？月亮会听到我们的心愿？
Really? Does the moon listen to our wishes?
会的。你把心愿写在灯上放飞，
Yes.
月亮就知道了。
Write your wishes on your lantern. Release it into the sky. The moon becomes aware.
那我要成为像徐霞客那样的旅行家。
Then I want to become a great traveler.
哥哥，
Brother, what is your wish?
我的愿
My
望
wish is to become a
是
detective.
成为一名侦探。
Brother, what is a detective?
什么是侦探？
侦探也像
Detectives
自
give
出冒险，
Detectives also go on adventures like travelers do,
但他们
but they always manage to notice the details that others overlook.
这么厉害！那我想当侦探旅行家。
That sounds impressive. Then I want to become a detective traveler.
好啊。
That's great. I believe it will definitely come true.
孔明灯飞起来了，爹爹，快拍照！
The sky lantern is flying, Dad. Hurry up and take a picture. Or a photo. Very nice. Oh, I didn't know you could click on those. It's taken before my father. This photo has been with my brother all along. This is my brother's diary. The previous pages have been torn off. Only one page remains. This is a dead end. Everything is meaningless, utterly meaningless. Ah. Ooh, we must have found all the clues we were meant to find.
I have already checked everything. Please take me to the police station to take a look at the case files.
Aye, bro. We're off then. At the station, you'll need to sign a few papers for me.
I guess there are 6 chapters, or at least that's what it said when I googled it. Iron and steel, the backbone of industry.
吴越春秋中有对干将莫邪炼钢法门的记载。
In the history of Wu and Yi, there are records of Ganjing and Mo Ye's secret to steelmaking.
服神木之化，虚人
The
而长。
transformation of spirit and matter requires a human sacrifice.
我本以为
I once believed
那只是古老
that
的
was
传说，
only an ancient legend.
但它却在今世
Yet history chose to repeat itself once more. I was not expecting that. Oh, it wasn't quite the end of the chapter. There is a chapter
先
heading.
生快看，
I'll have to remember that.
前面就是汉阳铁厂，咱们赶紧进去吧。
Chapter 3 officially.
二位就是船长引荐的侦探吧？
You two gentlemen must be the detectives. Oh, excuse me. Shipmaster Lowe recommended.
我是汉阳
I
铁
am
厂会
Lee.
办李毅。
I, the deputy administrator of the Hanyang Ironworks. I need to pay attention to how they say it.
在下沈正平，
I am
这是我的
Shen
助手。
Chongping. This is my assistant, Afu.
烦劳大人，说下这起事件的经过。
Please tell me the course of events of this incident, Your Honor.
今晨，平炉车间的钉匠木不慎坠入钢水包中，引发了爆炸。
This morning, Formanting accidentally fell into the ladle and caused an explosion. Did he?
表面听起来就是一起。
Sounds like an accident. Was something wrong?
这钉匠木坠入钢水包之时，有2位工人目睹了经过。
When Formanting fell into the ladle, the two workers witnessed the entire process.
他们都说钉匠木是凭空出现在平炉2层的。
They both claimed the Formanting appeared out of thin air at the second floor furnace area.
凭空出现。
Appeared out of thin air?
正是，
That's right. No one saw him go up, but in the blink of an eye, he was just standing there.
也因如此，
Caused mass panic because rumors of ghosts are beginning to spread among the workers.
此事确实
That
颇为
is
奇妙。
indeed particularly odd.
眼下消息已隐有外传，
The situation is getting out of control. Any more delays could cause more troubles to arise.
还望沈先生于今日之内查明情况，以安定人心，恢复生产。
I hope you can uncover the truth today so that we can calm the workers and resume production.
放心交给我们吧，会办大人。我家先生可是专业的。
Don't worry and leave it to us, Mr. Deputy Administrator. Shen is a professional.
那就有劳二位了，本办还有事在身。
Thank you for your troubles. I still have matters to attend to, so please excuse me.
哎，我还没来得
I
及
didn't
问
get to
具体
ask
是
him
什
what
么
the
留言
exact rumors were yet.
我们先去事故现场看看吧。
We should go to the site of the incident first to take a look. Okay, in we go. Ooh. Molten steel is flowing out from the outlet. What a grand sight. I think it's kind of scary. Hot. Can we talk? Okay, we can only go left to right. We can't go. What about them statues in the office? Yeah, what about it? They got something to do with Formanting's death. Oh, it's Auntie Vu again. Hi, Auntie Vu. Auntie, you're here as well? The officials said that something terrible had happened here and asked me to come examine the body. There's a body to examine? It's not just ashes? I rushed over here the second I arrived. I haven't even had time to eat lunch yet. But Auntie, can you still examine the body after it fell into a furnace? What's there to examine? He's all ashes now. I don't have any godlike abilities to help me distinguish a corpse from slag. Yeah,
even if Auntie was the reincarnation of Song-Shi, it's still impossible. At least you get the point, unlike them. So it seems like you two are overseeing this matter as well. That is correct, Auntie Vu. Do you have any information on this case? The deceased is called Ting Tafeng. He was 45 years old and the foreman at the factory floor. There are lots of rumors about the cause of his incident, but most of them can't be taken seriously. Auntie, have you heard the rumors too? Come on, tell me. You little rascal, why are you always so interested in chasing shadows? Without an autopsy, it'll be even more difficult to uncover the truth. You're right, Auntie. He fell from the second floor, so you should go there. No need to waste your time here. Oh, we haven't looked at the slag heap. Auntie Vu, is the corpse mixed in with the slag? Still thinking about an autopsy? If you could separate them, I'll examine the body for you. It seems that we will not be able to obtain any clues from the corpse at this time. Oops. Barrier? Why is this area blocked off by ropes? Someone is protecting the scene by using the ropes as a boundary line. Such a careful and professional arrangement must have been the work of Auntie Vu. Stop licking my boots. It was already like this when I got here. Huh? Who could have it been? Ladle number 2. The ladle that the foreman... Oh, ladle 2 is the ladle that the foreman fell into. Ladles are 2 meters tall and can hold up to 30 tons of molten steel at a time. Wow. Lots. Shen, we'll reach the site of the incident when we go up from here. Hopefully all the crucial evidence will still be there. Okay, can we listen to these guys? Knew something was wrong with the foreman. You play with fire, you get burned. Silly. Nope. Okay. We'll go on to the second floor platform. Afu, what's the matter? Are you scared of heights? Oh, there's scorched marks all over the stairs. The explosion was caused by the incident. Even the stairs were affected. The splash range of the explosion must have been quite wide. This means that no one could approach these stairs for quite a while even after the explosion. That's good. Oh, can we go up now? Thank you. Lever. Afu, is this lever used to open the molten steel outlet? That's right, this is a very thoughtful design. How is that so? Look, this lever is really long. You have to stand here to open the outlet shutter. Maximize the risk of... Maximize. Yeah, we really want people to get burned. To minimize the risk of burns, the lever was made long for operators to open the molten steel grate from the safe. Okay. Can reach the temperature of a staggering 600 degrees Celsius. Once the shutter is opened, the temperature close by rises rapidly. It's much safer to open the furnace from such a distance. Okay, so we looked at the lever. Oh. This is where Foreman Ting's fall incident took place. You are able to see the workers in the opposite metal casting area from here. You can also see the ladle directly below. It's ginormous, like a well. When the incident happened, the well was filled with red-hot molten steel. It sure looks like the entrance to hell. No, this is the entrance leading to the truth. Chen, let's begin investigating. Ooh, we can look. Yeah, okay. Well, there's slag or something. There's some grayish-white powder underneath the railing. Sniff, sniff. Upon closer examination, these are small particles that have a lingering, pungent smell. Do you know what this is? I can't think of anything right now, but this must be a residue of something that was burnt. Okay. Let's see. Guess we'll just look. Oh, that looks broke. Section of the railing next to the molten steel outlet is missing. You're right, judging from the structure, there should be a movable crossbar here. This design makes it more convenient to clean the molten steel outlet. But where did the crossbar go? Could it be that it fell into the ladle? This detail is quite suspicious. Okay. It's the ladle that he fell into. It is now empty. Where did the molten steel go? Perhaps the workers may know something about this. Oh, so it's empty, even though... Interesting. Although there are scorch marks on the molten steel outlet shutter, it is still intact. Seems like a furnace explosion accident didn't occur at this time. One more clue. No? I mean, it's missing on this side too, but it's probably considered the same clue. Molten steel basin. Once the shutter is open, molten steel flows through here into the ladle. Oops. I already clicked on that. Already clicked on the dust. And clicked on the empty hopper. And the missing crossbar. Oh, I think that's gonna do the same. I don't really see anything. Doesn't let me. Oh, there we go. Scorch marks on the railing caused by the explosion. Although quite a few people have mentioned the sound of an explosion on site, could it be possible that the explosion occurred first, then Ting fell into the molten steel? Human body contains a lot of water. When water meets molten steel, it will vaporize and its volume will expand 1,000 times. So if a person were to fall into molten steel, it's bound to cause an explosion. Then if the explosion occurred first and Ting fell after, there would have been 2 explosions. Excuse me. However, the workers only saw one. Must have been caused by his fall. Okay. On to the next point. Charging area behind the furnace. The workers here should probably know something, right? Okay. Li Chen-hai. Mr. I am Shin. I was entrusted to investigate Foreman Ting's falling incident. Could I have a moment of your time? Don't call me mister, I ain't used to that. I'm just a furnace charger. The name's Li Chen-hai. You can call me Old Li. Ask all you want, gives me time to rest a bit. Okay. We'll just start from the top. Old Li, what are your main responsibilities? I am responsible for charging the furnace. I am also in charge of opening and closing the outlet. Does charging the furnace mean to add fuel to the furnace? Not fuel, but bulk materials. Okay, so you have your blast furnace, molten iron, metal mixer, hearth furnace, lots of different materials. Nice. If you want the steel to be of high purity, you need to add bulk material every now and again. Are there any other workers on the second floor platform? There are a few helpers, but last night was just a trial production. I didn't ask them to come. Uh-oh. Sorry. Big bite of ice. It takes 4 hours to purify steel in a furnace, so it's enough for me to handle alone. You don't look so well, Old Li. Have you rested? I just pulled an all-nighter and was going to rest today, but then the incident happened. Those punks don't have the guts to work, so they're just grabbing onto me and draining me dry. Once Shin gets to the bottom of this, you'll be able to take a break. Take a break? That's just like looking forward to seeing the moon on New Year's Eve. Don't count on it. Ask all you want. Gives me... Oh, okay. Foreman Ting. What kind of person was the foreman? He's stubborn, one-track-minded guy who's not so popular. He's so obsessed with steel technology that he'd even forget to pay our wages. Ever since he started worshipping the gods, he became even less human. He even provoked what? Never mind. There's no point in talking about this since he's already dead. Were you working here when the incident occurred? I've been busy working here since last night. After pulling an all-nighter, the molten steel in furnace number 1 was finally ready. Once the ladle was filled, I checked the quality of the molten steel and closed outlet number 1. After that, I came back, started the autoloader, and started preparing for the next batch. I was shoveling materials into the furnace 1 and suddenly heard a boom. I saw furnace 2 emitting smoke, the molten steel splashed everywhere, and the railings on fire. I thought it was a furnace explosion, but it wasn't. Someone opened the outlet in advance. How could you be sure that someone else had opened it? The lever was in the buckle, so someone must have done it. Is it possible that you opened it yourself, but then forgot about it? No way, I couldn't have opened up Furnace 2 after I just finished working on Furnace 1. After I finished working on Furnace 1, it takes an hour to begin work on Furnace 2. Is this why you think Foreman Ting pulled the lever himself? I don't know, but it could have only been him, right? Throughout this process, did you see the foreman? Nope, I didn't see him at all. Actually, I only knew what happened after I heard Old Chow and the others talking about the incident. Wasn't Old Chow one of the workers who witnessed the incident? Yeah, I heard him say that Ting appeared next to the molten steel's outlet, out of thin air. Everyone's guessing it was the 5 Ghost teleportation magic. Ooh. All in all, it's strange business, I tell you. Ask all you want. Oh. Oldley, please tell us more about the foreman worshipping gods. We need to have a comprehensive understanding of him. You also think his death is related to that statue? Statue? What statue? He must have been possessed to provoke that sort of thing. They all say that it's easy to invite a god, but hard to send one away. If you neglect them, you could be possessed by an evil spirit, or worse, you may get killed. Oldley, you still haven't told us about what Foreman Ting was worshipping, though. No, I just can't. It's unspeakable. I advise you both to stay far away from the shrine in the office. I'm guessing that's one of the first places we'll want to go. Okay, no more questions. Conveyor door. Why is this door locked? The door is for the transportation of minerals and elevators on the other side. This door is usually locked and only opens when we're transporting minerals. When was the last time minerals were transported up here? Let me think. It would have been 2 days ago. Okay. Oops. I finally get to see an autoloader with my own eyes. So this is what the structure of a crown block is like. If we go further, would we be able to go around to the left side of Furnace 1? Molten steel is coming out from there and it's scalding hot. We'd better not go over there. But I wanna. Okay, nothing there. Keeps switching and looks funky. Oh. Bulk material heap. Fuel that is piled up here. It's bulk material, mostly lime and fluorite and the sort. So you need lime to make steel. Yep, bulk materials are used to separate impurities from the molten steel. Tarpaulin. Oh, the tarp. How come there's a big sheet of tarpaulin here? So they kept steel scraps prepared for some melting piled underneath here. It's well protected. Can steel scrap be used as raw material? These steel scraps are already quite rusty. Ooh, that's the advantage of the open hearth process. Steel scraps can be used as raw materials. Second floor platform. Does this just go back? Yes. Let's go out over here. Okay. Oh, that's all. Is there anything over here? Ooh. Afu, are these big crane hooks used to transport the ladle? These are the crane hooks of the bridge crane. It can lift up to 50 tons of a load. Oh, I don't want to get too close. Molten steel up ahead. I'm unable to get any closer due to the heat. Oops. The railing on both sides of the outlet are movable. It has the same design as 2. Okay. That's the lever. We just came from there. So I guess we'll go back to the first floor. Can we talk to... Oh, okay. Now we can go over here. After something like this, our wages are being paid early, Supervisor Ho. How about... Ah, well, keep your mouth shut. Just take the money and go. Uh-oh. Are those our witnesses and they're leaving? I don't think I've seen this young man before. We're not here to get paid. We're here to investigate the case. Oh, this is Mr. Shen and his assistant, Afu. They are here to investigate the matter of Formanting's falling incident. I see. It is a pleasure to meet you. I almost forgot this important matter. Please make a deposit for Mr. Shen. Your Honor, I cannot accept this for nothing. Mr. Shen, I will reward you properly after you find out exactly what happened. Well, you need not refuse, Mr. Shen. The sooner everything is cleared, the less damage the ironworks will have to sustain. Shen, it seems that if we don't accept the money, Mr. Deputy Administrator can't be at ease. All right. Insisted on giving us coin engraved with the Sanju period, silver coins made in what? Oh well. Okay. So if can we talk to him more? Yes. We'll start from the top and go down. So we don't forget anything. What are your duties? Supervisor of funds. All things related to money here fall under my responsibility, such as bookkeeping, managing bills, as well as the purchasing of goods and materials, and paying wages, You're a smart cookie, young boy, but I'm not the one who's in charge of paying the wages. Usually the workers' wages are paid by the foreman directly, but that's why I'm doing it. I just heard from the workers that the wages for this month are being paid earlier than usual. Indeed, Mr. Lee has instructed me to do so, hoping that this will calm everyone down. You two will probably don't know that the Simeons Martin furnace in this incident was very expensive. After the incident, people on the factory floor were terrified, causing production to go stagnant. For each day the furnace is not in operation, thousands of silver coins will be lost. No wonder Mr. Deputy Administrator seems so anxious. If you have anything to... okay. It's one thing I'll say about this game is it's kind of... whenever you repeat this, it gets a little old. How was your relationship with Foreman Ting? My daily work intersected with Foreman Ting, so I guess we were quite familiar. What kind of person was he? He treated people a bit harshly, so he was not very popular among the workers. However, I know that he was just too obsessed with studying metallurgy. Obsessed with what he loved? I totally get him. I heard that he had a habit of worshipping a statue. Do you know when it started, Mr. Ho? You're asking about the statue. It's a long story. The quality of our steel products was not stable, so we didn't have a steady flow of funds. Mr. Shen imported a German Siemens Martin furnace and ordered Mr. Lee to improve quality. We thought the problem would be solved, but our steel rails still have quality defects. Mr. Lee placed the burden on Foreman Ting. Ting made a pledge promising he would get the job done. So that's when the foreman began worshipping the gods. That statue was originally acquired by Mr. Lee. It was meant to be a symbol of luck. Who would have thought that the foreman would become obsessed with worshipping the gods? He often closed himself off inside the office all day long. He became unusually thin and pale with a withered face, and he kept on mumbling strange things. What did he say? I don't quite remember. Something about Chinese teachings and Western teachings. Chinese traditional values for foundation, Western ideology for practical use? That's it. He said to make steel and Hanyang do as the ancient Hanyangers do. Well, I don't get that at all. I regret that I haven't paid more attention, otherwise none of this would have. If you have anything to ask me, I would glad. Okay. The incident. Were you present when the incident occurred, Mr. Ho? I was... lots of yawns today. I was checking inventory and only heard a bang. When I got there, the fire had been put out. I didn't know until after that it was Sigh. Mr. Ho, when and where was the last time you saw Foreman Ting? I ran into him yesterday evening right around here. It was almost payday, so I was busy verifying the account book. I went to double-check workers' attendance with the foreman, but when I met up with the Foreman Ting, he still appeared to be absent-minded. He didn't respond when I called out to him. He walked into the office and locked himself inside. Everyone knows that he locks the door when he's worshipping the gods. When you saw him yesterday, was there anything else unusual about him? Nothing else, no. Oh, I do remember a small detail, though. I don't know if it counts. When I ran into him yesterday, he was wearing a headcloth. I had never seen him wear one before. He doesn't usually wear a headcloth. He thinks it's stuffy, so he rarely wears one. This detail deserves attention. I wrote it down. Shen? If you have anything to ask me, no more questions. I want to go talk to, steel turbine. It's huge. Roar of these machines is deafening. This is the sound of the industrial's heartbeat. Industries. Okay. Why did Mr. Lee make us cast these ingots? Oh. Keep your mouth shut. Someone's coming. These ingots made from the furnace that Formanting fell into? That's right. You gentlemen should stay away from this kind of unlucky thing. It will be very difficult to deal with later on if the molten steel cools down inside the ladle. Even so, we can't use these. The blood and the bones of Formanting are in here. Ugh. Just thinking about it gives me the creeps. That would be creepy. The human body is mainly composed of water and carbon. Its density is less than molten steel. His body wouldn't sink into the molten steel, but would float on the surface and flow into the tank. So in essence, these are just ordinary steel ingots. Then, do you think his soul should be in these could be in these ingots? Woo, keep your mouth shut. It's time to get back to work. But Master, I'm afraid the shrine will unleash its powers again. Please wait. Must be the end of that. Maybe? Oh. Awu just said again, which means the shrine in the office has unleashed its powers before. Oh. What shrine? You must be deaf and hearing me wrong. Shen and I both heard you. You definitely said it just now. Mistress, that shrine, it's taboo. We are entrusted by Mr. Deputy Administrator to investigate the case of the falling incident. If you don't cooperate, you might be convicted of obstruction of justice. Please don't be angry, mister. We'll talk. About a month ago, Awu and Formanting had a little argument. Awu, young and candid, kicked the shrine. The statue fell. He said some words of disrespect. Then the shrine unleashed its powers. Well, yeah, there was smoke coming out of the shrine, and there was a gunpowder smell in the air. My head started throbbing, and I couldn't breathe, but I wanted to cough, so I almost fainted. Then what happened? Ting said that Awu had offended the god of fire, then he kicked everyone out of the room. That very night, Awu got sick and lost his voice. I had nightmares. Whenever I closed my eyes, I saw the statue staring at me. If the foreman hadn't begged the gods for forgiveness on Awu's behalf eventually, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to speak now. Could you? Mister, please forgive us, but we really can't say any more. Superstitious. Oh, we should get back to work. Updated. Doors are locked and off limits to loiterers. Mr. Patrolman, why is this door locked? What does that have to do with you? Sir, we were entrusted by Deputy Administrator Lee to investigate the Formenting case. Oh, so it's Mr. Detective. Then of course I'd have to help you out. However, this room is impure. Impure? Everyone knows deep down how Formenting died. Beware of the shrine in that room. We're not scared. Let us have a look. Thank you for your trouble, sir. Are you gonna let us in? Mr. Patrolman, why haven't you opened the doors yet? It really stresses me out having to help you open these doors. We need to complete investigations today. We're short on time. Oh my, thinking about opening this door is making my head ache. Could I ask for your help? How can we help? I just heard a crisp, pleasant sound ringing out from you two. Could you lend me a hand to refresh my memory? Something with a crisp and pleasant sound? Could he be asking for... money? Hafu, hand it over to him. I'm getting bribed to do our own investigation. This sound is so enlightening to me. Wow. Shen, although this is just an ordinary statue, after hearing all those rumors, looking at it gives me the chills. Almost as if Grandpa John and Jing and Grandma Mo Yi are watching me. Oh, who's that? Who allowed you to just come in here? Who just said that? Who do you think? Is that Grandma Mo Yi? Huh? Who are you? Young lady, please stop playing tricks. Who's playing tricks? She's kind of pretty. If you weren't trying to tease people, why are the lights off? Ah, it just finished investigating and was about to leave. You were the ones who came in unexpectedly. What's wrong? Were you scared, kiddo? No, I wasn't. Oh, really? Then who did you just call Grandma? Shen, let's begin investigating. Investigate? Investigate what? The falling incident this morning? Yep, Deputy Administrator Lee invited us here specially. What? He promised he'd give me exclusive coverage. Which newspaper do you work for? Ah. This is a misunderstanding. I'm Shen Qingping, a detective. This is my assistant Afu. Fly, go away. Oh, so you're detectives. I'm Wen Chongxin, a journalist for the Shanghai News. However, I don't think there's any chance for Mr. Detective to show off in this case anymore. What do you mean? Just about to uncover the truth. Even the headline for tomorrow's paper is drawn up. It Exclusive coverage. The whole story of the falling incident at the Yangtze Ironworks.
既然如此，
In that case, would you be willing to share the clues that you possess, Miss Wen?
想从我这获
It's
得
fine if you want information, but you'll have to offer something useful to me in return.
我擅长格
I'm
式
an
学，
expert in science, and Shen is skilled in deduction. Is that enough? Hi, Gassa.
能帮我的文章补充些理论知识。
Physics is useful. It'll supply some theoretical knowledge for my articles. You want to say hi to chat? Say hi, kitty. Did you have a nice nap? Was it so nice and warm and soft? Yeah, you are, kitty kitty. You gonna hang out or you gonna run away? Say hi hi. Hi hi. No? Okay. You can start asking me questions now. I guess we'll just start with her at the top. Why are you here at the Ironworks? Ironworks is just one orders from the Yangtze Railway and the Canton Hongkou Railway. However, its products were said to have quality problems. It's at the center of a storm. My journalist intuition tells me that there's an opening for a story here. Former glory gone, Hanyang Ironworks endures hardship. A news report like this. The title alone already sounds interesting. Yet I was halfway done with my draft when this happened. So now you're planning to write about Formanting's falling incident? I'm sorry for what happened, but this is definitely a better story. You can start asking me questions. Oh. About the incident. What were you doing at the time of the incident, Miss Wen? I was originally planning to take some photos of the factory floor this morning. When I got to the factory floor, I ran into Mr. Lee. He wanted to show me the new metal mixer. It wasn't long after we left the factory floor that we heard an explosion and we hurried back. Did you arrange the rope barrier at the site of the incident? That's right. If the site is damaged in any way, the news report might be inaccurate. This measure was immensely helpful to the investigation. Well, of course, I'm a senior reporter. The truth. Swen, what's the truth that you discovered? You want me to just give you the answers? You'll know soon enough. It's getting late. I still need to go to the metal casing platform to get my camera. Excuse me. Don't forget our promise. Kitty, you're so lovey. Let's start investigating the site as well. We can't lose to Miss Wen. It's not a competition. It's only about the truth, not about winning or losing. I still don't like seeing her so pleased with herself. Okay. A desktop. The desk is clean, but the inkstone is covered with dust. It hasn't been used in a long time. Blueprints of the imported furnace are under the paperweight, also documents in foreign languages. These papers are covered in handwritten notes. It seems like Formanting put in a lot of work. Could a craftsman who studies technology and reads foreign documents be superstitious? It's hard to say. My idol, Mr. Newton, was a devout follower of theology in his old age. We should record the condition of the desk first. Dust on the inkstone. Okay, look at the shrine. Shrine is dedicated to the statue of Ganjiang and Mo Yi. Shrine is made of rosewood. It also holds an incense burner and 2 candlesticks. A copper incense burner with 3 sticks of incense placed vertically. Okay. Doesn't sound too terribly interesting. Oh, let's back out. Code of practice. Rule number 1, leaving without permission during work hours is prohibited. Name badges must be hung on the board during work hours. All of the materials used in production shall be managed by the foreman. Those who are absent from work will be fined 7 days in wages. Wow, that's steep. If you got to hang your name badge, it would count as skipping work. That's so strict. Western wall clock. Engravings say that this was a gift from Wuhan Chamber of Commerce for water transport. There's a board made of copper with several rows of hooks on it. Looks like workers need to hang their name badges on this board when they are on duty. Okay, so somebody's missing. Floor plan for the factory. Looks quite new. It was probably put up not that long ago. Working drawing of the open hearth furnace is pasted right beside it. She mentioned going to the metal casting platform to get her camera back. Could it be that she caught something shocking on camera? Okay, we need to go to the metal casting platform to speak with those who witnessed the incident. Okay. Anything else I missed? Dock is right outside these doors. We'll go out after we finish investigating this case. Oh. Can I not go out there then? So we want the metal casting area. Okay. We'll reach the metal casting platform if we go up from here. Next. Oh, the camera is scorched. Camera over here probably belongs to Miss Wen. Completely burnt. What a waste of a good camera. Why do people coming up here? I just shoot away a woman and now 2 more guys show up. It's time for us to start casting ingots, so get back down right now. Ah, Wu, it's the detectives. You have to speak more politely. Isn't that Ah Wu and his master? My apologies for disturbing you both. I still have a few more questions to ask. You're too kind. Just call me Old Chow. If there's anything you'd like to know, we will definitely cooperate with you. Were you the 2 that witnessed the process of Formanting's falling incident this morning? Yes. If I could trouble you two to please tell me what you saw and heard at that time. This was the first trial production since the furnace was shut down and renovated. Just when we began casting, Ah Wu suddenly said, "The foreman is watching us." There he was standing next to the outlet. Molten steel was coming out, yet he didn't mind the heat. Are you sure that the person you saw at the time was Foreman Ting? I am sure. He was leaning on the rail at the time. He looked spiritless and he kept staring downwards. You didn't notice Foreman Ting before this moment? No, he just appeared there out of the blue. The railings are super hot when the molten steel is pouring out, but he didn't care at all. If he wasn't possessed by something, then what? Was he drugged? Old Chow, you said earlier that when you saw Foreman Ting, molten steel was coming out. Did you see Foreman Ting or anyone else open the molten steel outlet shutter? Nope. When we began casting, both molten steel outlets were closed. I remember clearly. I don't know who did it. It wasn't the time to open the shutter yet. And then I just watched as the railing that he was leaning on disappeared. Ah. Disappeared. Did it fall off? You mean the railing broke off and fell into the molten steel along with him? No, it disappeared, just vanished into thin air. I was watching the entire time. I didn't see anything else fall in. You want to be in the way. Old Chow, did you also see the railing suddenly disappear? I didn't see it as vividly as Ah Wu did. But the foreman was indeed leaning against the railing, and then he suddenly fell into the ladle. Then it exploded, and fire was everywhere. When I looked again, he was no longer there, and there was no railing either. Did you not notice anything unusual about him this morning? He was wearing a headcloth that he usually doesn't wear, nothing else. Yeah, I saw it too. I wonder if it's not the foreman that died. Just a thought. If there's anything you'd like us to know... Oh. Okay, about the foreman... What do you two think of Foreman Ting? We don't have any particular thoughts about the foreman. He got what he deserved. There's nothing more to say about it. Seems that the two of you don't like Foreman Ting very much. From his point of view, anything anyone else did was always wrong. He just didn't like us. There's no fault in the foreman having been strict with his demands. Everyone did as he said, but the last batch of steel rails still got screwed up, didn't it? He was just picking holes. We're about to start casting soon. Just go back down already. Don't be in our way. So, Ah Wu is suspicious to me. But he could be a red herring. The label is coming this way. It's kind of cool. Oh, it won't let me move. What are you two still doing here? It's dangerous. My apologies. We shall make our... We shall leave. We're leaving now. Mr. Shen, Mr. Li is waiting for you in the office. He said that the progress has been made in the case, so he's asking to meet up with you. Already finished the investigations. Time to discuss with Mr. Deputy Administrator. I really don't know. If I'm just tired or if just not much to go on. Investigations have come to a temporary close. Shall we discuss them with... I guess so. We'll just have to let them lead us because I don't have a lot of guesses at this point. The other ones, it was fairly easy. I uncovered the whole story of the incident. Let's listen to it together. Please tell us about your findings. We know people were unhappy. Ting's death wasn't caused by ghosts, nor was it an accident. It was actually murder. Suicide. That's out of the question. Today is the pivotal moment for the trial production of the Siemens-Martin's furnace. Ting was engrossed in this affair. There's no way he would kill himself today of all days. It's precisely because of today's importance that he chose to commit suicide. Why is that? All these years, Foreman Ting has been obsessed with studying steelmaking technology. He proposed a method that was said to greatly reduce the cost of production. As a result, they began to receive larger orders for steel rails. However, at this crucial moment, severe quality problems with the steel rails were exposed. Ting shouldn't have carried all the blame. It was mainly due to the high phosphorus content in the coke that was used. To solve this problem, he made a pledge to improve the technique once more. However, each and every trial production ended in failure. In desperation, he had no choice but to turn to superstitions and legends. What happened this morning was actually a planned suicide, or more like a sacrifice. Could it be that I put too much pressure on him? Tragic. Foreman melts body to iron and steel. National industry less than ideal. This will be the next headline of my news report. Miss Wen, you seem absolutely sure that Foreman Ting committed suicide. Do you have evidence? Well, of course. She found the Foreman Ting's suicide note on the office desk. Wait. Hold her right there. Where's the suicide note? How come we never saw it? Such precious news materials would obviously need to be protected. How could you hide evidence like that? I was afraid this clue would be lost, so I took it for safekeeping. She's a little suspicious. How could that count as hiding evidence? Though I don't know what her motive would be. Miss Wen, would it be possible to let me take a look at the letter? Sure, there's nothing special about it anyway. For many years, I have given my all to try and make good steel. Nevertheless, all of my attempts and methods have ended in failure. Seems that I should follow the example of Ganjing and Mo Yi. Sacrificing myself to the furnace will surely move the hearts of the gods. The last words of Ting Peng Fing written in the office of the furnace factory floor. It really is a suicide note. Your Honor, the handwriting does look like Foreman Ting's. You didn't damage the evidence, did you? Of course not. I kept it exactly the way it was. He sounds suspicious. It is interesting that her camera just happened to be there. Yeah. Or she could have been taking pictures of the new machine too.
既然如此，
Under these circumstances, go and draft an announcement.
公告事件始
Announce the
末
whole
以
story
平
of
息
this
流言。
incident and quell the rumors.
且慢，
Hold on.
这封信有问题。
Something is questionable about this letter.
这封信很普通啊。
It's just an ordinary letter. What's wrong with it?
信中的细节之处，
There's a detail in this letter that conflicts with the existing evidence.
文小姐，
Miss Wen, I shall review this letter one sentence at a time and question the problematic
对有
ones.
问题的句子提出质疑，
Here we go.
然后将有
Then
疑
I
问
shall
的内容
compare the questionable content with the evidence we have already collected.
如果找到了与绝笔性内容，
If I am able to find evidence that contradicts the contents of the letter, I shall present it to you.
好啊，那就开始吧。
Inquiry.
多年以来，无费心尽力，只求练得好钢。
Okay, for many years I have given my all to try and make good steel.
然而，无论尝试何种方法，均无法成功。
Nevertheless, all my attempts and methods have ended in failure.
看来，吾当效法干将莫邪，以无身驯鹿。
Seems I should follow the example of Gansheng and Mo Yi.
如此，定能感动上苍。
Sacrificing myself to the furnace will surely move the hearts of the gods.
丁大风于平如车间公事房绝笔。
Last words of Taeyang written in the office of the furnace factory floor. Which one is contradictory? Okay, let's look at all of the evidence and then we'll pick a question, I think. Standing over 2 meters tall and could hold 30 tons of molten steel at a time, workers witnessed fomenting falling into it. Outlet shutter lever. To minimize the risk of burns, the lever was made for operators to open the molten steel gate from a safe distance. Grayish-white powder found below the railing at the incident site upon closer inspection were small particles with a lingering pungent odor. I wonder if this was incense. Department Administrator Lee insisted on giving us coin engraved the period silver coins made by Hubei province. He claims he last saw Formenting yesterday evening near the steam turbines. Formenting was wearing a headcloth. On the desk sat a desk lamp, a paperweight, drawings, a pen holder, an inkstone, and other items. Dust on the inkstone. The wall of the open hearth workshop office hung 2 drawings, surface construction plan and a workshop layout plan. Is there anything else? No. Okay, at least we have 5 guesses like we did before, but I don't think they reset. We get 5 guesses overall for the case, not for this particular, just for this particular one. So we can see details. Okay, any other ones have details? Yes. pen rack, blueprints, an inkstone, and some other things. I don't think we get any signature information on the suicide note has some discrepancies with the actual situation. Signature information on the suicide note. Okay, so we close this. So maybe we use the map. I can't click on anything. Last words of Ting Te Feng, written in the... Oh! There's dust. If he wrote the note, there wouldn't be dust on his inkwell.
文小姐认为，丁将木是在公事房何处写下的这封绝笔信？
Does Miss Wen believe that Foreman Ting wrote this suicide note in the office? This letter was written with a calligraphy brush. It was written on the desk in the office.
那你可曾注意到？
Then, have you ever paid attention to the inkstone on the office desk? Inkstone? The suicide note is indeed written with a calligraphy brush. It also mentions written in the office at the end. However, the only inkstone in the office is dry and has accumulated a layer of dust. Evidently, it has not been used in a long time. There is an evident contradiction. This letter could not have been written at the office. Ironworks are always dusty, so it is normal for dust to accumulate. Yet there is barely any dust on the desk, not to mention the shrine is completely spotless. It is thus clear that only the inkstone has not been used in a long time. Well, what if Foreman Ting carried a brush and ink around with him? Why would he do that? Who in the world would carry an inkstone around? You're being too unreasonable. Did she do it for a big story? Is that... Would it be her, and that would be her motive? Is Mr. Detective going to dismiss this possibility? Miss Wen, you are welcome to make such an assumption. She is my #1 suspect right now. Just to put it out there. However, there is one detail on this letter that contradicts the signature. But I can't read it. How am I supposed to tell where it is? Contradicts with the signature. But it's not translated. I can't read it. Okay, night-night. Love you. Have a good night. Do a hint because a certain mark would not be present. Okay. Wait, what did that say? If the suicide note was written in the office, a certain mark would not be present. Okay, oh, select crease. Maybe? Oh, okay. Well, I don't know how that worked, but at least it worked. We're only down one wrong guess. Because I couldn't translate. But I guess you didn't have to translate it to get that part of it. We'll see. Precisely. Miss Wen said that she had specially kept the letter as it was to prevent damaging evidence. Therefore, she was not the one who caused these creases, correct? That's right, I didn't make those creases. When you discovered the letter, it was laying flat out on the surface of the office desk, correct? Yeah, what's the problem? There are creases on the letter. Usually a letter is folded so that it is more convenient to carry. This letter was truly written by Foreman Ting in the office before he committed suicide. Why would he go through the trouble of folding it? Maybe he wrote the letter somewhere else. But the letter clearly states that it was written in the office of the furnace factory floor. That's true. Could it be that it was forged? That is correct. Someone is trying to cover up the truth of Foreman Ting's death. What? What need is there to cover up Foreman Ting's death? The workers clearly saw him jump into the furnace. No, they saw him fall. They didn't see him jump. Could it be possible that the workers who witnessed the incident are hiding something? Go and bring all the workers who were present at the time of the incident for questioning. You still haven't completely convinced me about the problem of the suicide note. None of us can accurately predict the state of mind of a person before their death. Also possible that Ting wrote the letter somewhere else than left it in the office. Although this is highly unlikely, the possibility does exist. We should not make conclusions based on a single piece of evidence. Let's discuss it later. Well, I don't usually like ending in the middle of the chapter, but we've established that the suicide note was not written in the office as it said it was. We've established that there's got to be something that was miscommunicated, possibly on purpose. And we're going to put the suicide note on hold, and I think we are also going to put this episode on hold. Okay, let's put the matter of the suicide note on hold and discuss other doubts first. Oh, here we go. go. Kitty, say hello. Say hello, Kitty. Say hello, Mikasa.
好，
Fine.
大人，老赵和阿武到了。
Okay, this is where we left off. For a second, I forgot where I was in the game. Okay, Your Honor, Old Chow and Awu are here.
进来吧。
Come on in. I'm going to turn it down just a little bit.
你们二人再将早晨的情形复述一遍，不可遗漏任何细节。
Two of you need to recall the events of this morning once more. Don't omit any details.
一上午都说了很多次了。
Huh, we spent all morning saying the same things a bunch of times. He's so grouchy.
阿武，好好回大人的话。
Answer his honor's question properly. Sorry about that. Let me put my phone on silent here. There we go.
哦，
Testimony.
当时我和师傅正在浇筑钢锭，
At the time, my master and I were in the middle of casting ingots.
浇着浇着，我突然看到了橡木。当时他正倚在2号钢水口旁的栏杆上。
I suddenly saw the foreman Ting. He was resting against the railing next to outlet number 2. Why is he so close to the...
阿武，
When Awu informed me of what he saw, I noticed that the shutter behind foreman Ting was open.
项目出现的同时，闸门也开了。
So the outlet shutter opened at the same time as the appearance of the foreman? I think he probably opened it himself.
应该是，然后。
Seconds after, Ting suddenly dived forward. Right after that, the ladle exploded.
钢水包就炸了。两人刚刚的说法中，存在一处隐蔽的矛盾。
There's one contradiction within their statements that is related to this evidence. At the same time, my math... Okay, so we have...
浇着浇着，我突然看到了橡木。当时他正倚在2号钢水口旁的栏杆上。
这个时候，我发现橡木身后的钢水闸也开了，应该是他自己打开的吧。过了不久，橡木忽然扑了下去，紧接着钢水包就炸了。整个过程中，我俩都没看到对面有第二个人。
Okay, I think... Okay, so I'm thinking... Pungent odor... I'm guessing it's this one, but we will see. Ah, I must have been right. Ah, it was impossible for Foreman Ting to open the outlet shutter by himself.
现场绝不只有他一人。
He couldn't have been the only person on site.
为什么？
Why not?
钢水闸的拉杆很
The
长，
lever is very long. To pull it, one must stand on the other side of the molten steel basin.
但是两位工人看到的，却是丁匠出现的同时，闸门已开了。
However, when they saw Ting, they also found the outlet shutter open.
这不是一个人能做到的。
This could not be achieved by one person alone.
不一定是完全同时。
Might not have been completely simultaneous.
毕竟
After all, Awu and I were staring at the other side the entire time.
侦探先生，
Mr.
丁
Detective,
教牧先拉开闸门，在快速
couldn't
走到
Foreman
钢水
Ting
缸
just
前
pull
可以
open the
吗？
shutter and then sprint to the ladle? Why would he run to it?
不行，
No, he could not
因
because
为
this
现场
was
存在此物。
present on site. Ah. Reach the ladle that quickly. Uh-oh. Let's see. Maybe this? I could be wrong. Oh,
我
maybe
刚才
not.
说过，钉匠木操作拉杆后，
There we go. After
才能走到
Foreman
坠
Ting
湖的位
pulled
置
the lever, he must have stepped over the basin to reach the falling spot.
可一旦钢水闸打开，
However, once the outlet shutter is opened,
槽中会注满
basin will be
1600
filled
度
with
钢
molten
水，
steel.
人根本无法通过。
Of 1600 degrees Celsius, a person could not possibly pass through.
想走到坠湖的位置，
To reach the
他
spot
就必
he
须经过
dived
湖
from
楼背面的加料区，
Ting had to pass through the charging area behind the furnaces. Ah. So he'd have to go all the way around.
这不是短时
This
间内
could
能
not
做
be achieved in a short amount of time.
也许丁教牧提早打开了钢水闸。
Perhaps he opened the outlet shutter beforehand.
只是碰巧老赵和阿
It was
武
only
知
a
道了
coincidence that Old Chow and Awu didn't see him do it.
我留意过，
The outlet shutter was closed the whole time before the incident. I'm not lying. Okay. So that makes me a little less suspicious of him.
即使老赵和阿武
Even if
可能
Old
会
Chow
被
and Awu possibly missed sighting him,
钉匠木经过
when
加料
Ting
区
passed
时，
through the refilling area, he was bound to run into the furnace charger, Old Lee.
可老李却对他的
How
出
do we
现毫
explain
不
the
知情。
fact that Old Lee was
这又如何解释呢？
Lee was completely oblivious to Ting's appearance?
难道是
Or
无
did
鬼
the
搬
five
运？
ghosts transport him?
是不是神
Did
像
the
显灵
shrine
了
unleash its powers?
作祟的不是鬼神，
Ghosts and gods are not at work here.
是人心。
The will of a person is.
在钉匠木坠楼的现场，
One other person must have been present at the scene of Foreman Ting's falling incident.
当钉匠木倚靠在栏杆上时，是他拉开了闸门。
The moment Foreman Ting leaned against the railing, that person pulled the outlet shutter.
等一等，
Wait a second.
炉子的正面
Old Chow and
有
I
老
were
赵和阿武
watching in
看着。
front of the furnace and Oldie working in the back.
如果现场真的
There
存在另一个
really
人，
was another person present on site. How could they possibly remain undetected?
只要利用这件证物，
By using this piece of evidence, they would have been able to conceal themselves tactfully. Okay, this is what he fell into. We already used this one. I'm guessing it has something to do with this. They have gone around the corner.
大家请看，
Please look at the floor plan of the factory floor.
车间的结构我们很熟悉啊，你想说明什么？
We're already familiar with the general layout of the factory floor. What are you trying to say?
先生想说，隐藏行踪的方法与车间的格局有关。
Shen, are you trying to say that the murderer's method is related to the layout of the factory?
正是。
Precisely.
石先生，时间紧迫，
Time
还
is
请
of
说得
the
更明白
essence.
些吧。
Please speak more clearly.
只要
Oh,
利用这件证物，他就能巧妙地将自己隐藏起来。
no, it was not correct then. They would be able to conceal themselves. How could they conceal themselves? It wouldn't be this. Because that just proved that he didn't write the thing. So I'm guessing it's either the ladle or there's small particles on the floor. But I don't know what the particles are. This one's kind of stumping me. I don't even really have a good suspect in mind for this one, like I did for the other two. We've got 4 guesses left, basically for the whole case. I guess I could do a hint. To hide oneself, a large cover is needed, big enough to conceal an entire body. That's why I'm kind of guessing this, though, because it's extra large. But it's on the ground floor. Guess I'll go for it, because otherwise I'm guessing this, but there might have been something large that's,
那人想要隐藏行踪，只要利用好钢水包即可。
我明白了，先生说的是视野盲区。
a visual blind spot.
所谓盲区，是指视线不能到达的区域。
This so-called blind spot, does it refer to an area that cannot be seen?
钢水包高2米，
Yes, this ladle is 2 meters tall and 1.5 meters in diameter. It would definitely block their vision.
在不同的位置。
My master and I were standing in different places when we were casting.
浇筑时的分工，
One of us will
一人
always
做
be
一人
looking
观
at the
察
other side.
我们2中总会有一人看着对面的。老郑，
Well, Chow, where were you and Awu standing during this task? What was your distance from the ladle?
我平时站在钢水包左边，阿武就站我旁边。
Usually I stand on the left side of the ladle and Awu stands next to me. We are close to it.
我在浇筑平台上观察过2位工作。
I have observed the 2 of you working from the metal casting platform.
2位的视野，
Both of you have blind spots when you are working, and your blind spots intersect with each other.
那便是疑犯躲藏的地
That is where the suspect hid themselves.
可是我和师傅又不是只傻站着。
But my master and I don't just stand there.
钢水包
When
一
the
动
ladle
我也会跟
moves,
着
we'll move along with it. Wouldn't we see them once we start walking? Not if
你
they
们一直
move
跟着
with
钢水
it.
包走，却看不到钢水包后的疑犯，是因为这很简单，
By moving alongside the ladle, they could continuously
就
stay
能
in
一
the
直
blind
待在视
spot.
野盲区中了。
啊，这
So surprising.
没 没错，
True, as long as they can't see the workers won't be able to see
就
them.
行了。
Mhm.
因为光路是可逆的
Because
嘛。
a path of light is reversible.
真是有趣的方法。
Nice.
这是刊登在小说
Published
专
in
栏
a
里
novel or column, I'm sure readers would be interested.
不过，侦探先生恐怕忘了，丁项目坠炉时引发了爆炸。
However, I'm afraid Mr. Detective forgot that Ting's falling caused an explosion. I did not forget.
如果当时有人
There was
在
another
2号楼
person
层
in the
平台上，
platform at the time. How
或
could
许
they
也会受重
survive?
伤的吧。
Well, it would block them.
可今日坠炉事件
There were no other
并没有其他
casualties in
人
the
伤。
falling incident today.
这又如何解释呢？
How do you explain that? I believe the
疑
suspect
犯
could
或
have
许可以
hidden
在这里
here.
躲避。
Guessing they could have hidden back there, but
2号炉右侧的通道并没有被波及，
passageway on the right side of the furnace 2 was not affected. They could hide there.
经钢水包掩护，
Hidden behind the ladle, they were not far from the passageway when the explosion occurred.
趁丁教母的出现吸引
Ting's
工人的
appearance
注意，
caught the attention of the workers. They hid inside the passageway.
听起来，这个嫌犯不但熟悉炼钢的流程，还深谙人心呢。
Sounds like the suspect not only knows steel making well, but also knows people well.
可这还是不对啊！
阿五，老爷们说话
Huh.
哪
What
轮
right
得到
do you
你
have
插
to
嘴？
interrupt their conversation?
阿五，你觉得
What
哪里
other
可以解
problems are you aware of?
我明明看到酵母靠在
Clearly
栏杆
saw
上，
Ting on the railing. He toppled over because it suddenly disappeared.
若不是神像显
If
灵
the，shrine didn't unleash its power, how did the railing suddenly disappear?
弟弟，栏杆是不会凭空消
The
失的。
railing won't disappear into thin air, kiddo. Ghosts don't exist in this world either.
可我明明看
But
见
I
了。
saw it with my own eyes, I swear.
我也很确定，你看错了。
I'm also 100% sure that you saw things incorrectly.
人在紧张或是害怕时，
Easy for people's memories to get confused when they're nervous or afraid.
我没看错。
Didn't see
魂记者为
incorrectly.
何如此确定？阿五看错，
Oh, thanks! You're my first subscriber. Miss Wen, why are you so sure that Ah Wu was mistaken?
昨天傍晚我拍照时，那你
When I was taking photos yesterday evening, the railing was already missing.
晚上值夜班的只有田亮
The
工劳。
furnace charger was the only person on duty last night.
我问过他，
He claims that he didn't install any railings.
不信的话，你看这
If
张
you
照
don't
片。
believe me, look at this photo.
先生，钢水包上
There
方的栏
really
杆果
is
实
no
是空的，
railing above the ladle,
可我明明看见它
but
是
I
神
saw
的。
him leaning against the railing. Oh. Oh, stop sticking your neck out. Too much talk is always a loss.
严堵。
沈先生，
Mr. Shen, if there wasn't a railing above the ladle, that means that Ting stood there by himself.
工人没有很确定他的
The
周围没有
workers
人，
are also absolutely certain that there wasn't anyone around him.
那他是怎么跌
Then
入
how
污
did
水
he
包
fall
里
into the ladle? Did he pass out and fall?
所以我说他是自杀啊。
That's why I said it was suicide.
不过，
However, combined with Mr. Detective's deduction, it's
或许有人在
possible
协助
someone
他
is
自杀
helping
也
him.
说不定啊。
栏杆消失，丁教母坠楼。
Okay, the disappearance of the railing and Ting's falling may be connected to this. I'm gonna guess the grayish white powder. So we really don't have a lot of evidence. And we've used pretty much all of the other ones.
这是阿福在栏杆附近找到的粉末。
This is the powder that Afu found near the railings.
这些粉末
Powder is actually
实际上是
grayish
灰白
white
色巧克力
particles that have lingering
还残留着
pungent
刺鼻的
smell.
味道。
这是某种物质烧焦后的残留。目前我们只在坠炉现场的栏杆附近找到过。
This is the residue of a burnt substance. We have only found it at the site of the incident. Wonder if there was something strung across that burned up. So maybe there was like a false railing there, so he leaned against it, and then when it burned up or whatever, it would have just fallen to the ground in ashes, and then he would have fallen forward because it wasn't there anymore. But
这的确不是炼钢会用到的东西。
this indeed doesn't seem like something used in steelmaking.
我们怀疑疑犯
We believe this suspect set up some kind of mechanism on the site that caused Ting's falling.
真没想到，一个
I
坠炉
never
事故
thought
的
that
背
the
后
story
竟
behind a
如此
falling
复杂
incident could be so complicated.
机关装
Right?
置倒是个不错的行
The
为。
mechanism is quite newsworthy.
那到底是什么样的机关呢？
By the way, I got an achievement for meeting her in the game, so I'm guessing she might be involved in some of the future chapter cases. So I'm guessing she's probably not the culprit. So what kind of mechanism was it exactly?
这个嘛，
Well, we
我
still
们
need
还
some
需要
time
再
to
花时间
investigate
研
that.
究一下。
自强运动期
Seen
间，
a number of
人
Western
们见识了
machines,
不少
strange
奇
and
妙机器
intricate things that left me in
精细
awe.
精巧，着实令人。若真能还原机关，整件事都是基本
Ah,
上通了。
if the mechanism you speak of can be restored, this whole incident will basically make sense. Nice,
确
so I
非
was
鬼
right.
神作祟。
Ghosts and gods were not at work here, but machinery caused it all.
但本办还有一点未想通，
However, there is still one thing that I can't understand.
疑犯所需
The
完成的
series
一
of
系列
plans
筹谋
was
颇为
quite
复杂，
complicated and
解离不
required
开
the
丁匠木的配合。
cooperation of Foreman Ting.
丁匠木又为何会乖乖任人摆布呢？
Why would Foreman Ting be at the mercy of another? Maybe he was coerced? If he planned it himself, it would still be suicide, and we know it's a murder.
先生，丁匠木会不会是受人胁
Maybe he
迫？
would.
像戏里说的那样，被人抓住了把柄，或者其他
Maybe
人
someone
朋友的
got a
生命受
handle
到
on
威胁
him, or the lives of his friends and family were threatened. Maybe.
疑犯如果能胁迫丁匠木自己走到栏杆前，
If the suspect could coerce Foreman Ting to walk to the railing of his own accord,
那他也不必
he would
亲自
not
登
have the
上
need to
平
go
楼
up to the second floor personally,
Tingjiang
just
自己
told
跳
Ting
楼
to
即可。
jump. I think we lost another point. Or I lost another point.
言之有理，丁匠木又为何会乖乖任人摆布呢？
I'm gonna go with the third one. Hopefully I don't lose
那
points
时
for
的
this.
丁匠木恐怕已经
Afraid that the Foreman Ting at the time had already
凶多吉少了。
come to harm. Huh. Ruby.
此话怎讲？
How is that so?
阿武说他看到丁匠木时，丁匠木正靠在栏杆上，直勾勾地看着下面。
Nice. Awu claimed that he saw Foreman Ting leaning against the railing, staring directly downwards.
栏杆温度很高，
The railings were burning hot, but it did not matter to him because
因
he
为
could
当
not
时
feel
的
it
他
anymore.
已经感觉不到烫。 他的眼睛也不是在看下方，而是闭着。
His eyes were not looking down, but instead closed.
这也解释了
This also explains why Formanting did not jump down, but instead dived forward. That makes sense.
因此，我怀疑这是一起凶案。
Therefore, I suspect this was a murder.
凶案，
Murder?
那也像。
大人，
In your honor, we need to conduct another round of investigations.
目前虽已大致推断出了疑犯的作案手
Although
法，
we have preliminary deduction of the suspect's MO, there are still many mysteries.
比如疑犯是如何离开现场的？
Like how the suspect left the scene,
还有疑犯的身份、作案动机
as。well as the suspect's identity and their motive. We have no clue at all at the moment. Neither do I.
丁江武为人执拗，思
King
想
is
或得罪
stubborn
了
and
不少
has
人，
offended many people,
但他一心未偿
but。he's a diligent man who shouldn't have suffered such misfortune.
只是眼下，铁厂一天也耽搁不起了。
Not the man. At present, the ironworks can't afford to be delayed any further.
大人，凶案性质不同，
Your Honor, the nature of a homicide is different.
若歹人连环作案，
The villain commits more crimes, the ironworks will lose even more.
如果明早还没定论，可先起草公告压下舆论，再细细调查。
If there's no conclusion by tomorrow morning, you may draft an announcement to calm public opinion.
况且，我相信侦探先生一定会在明早之前查明真相。
She's pretty confident. Besides, I believe Mr. Detective will uncover the truth before tomorrow morning.
对吧，大侦探？
Isn't that right, great detective?
沈某尽力。
I will do my best.
那就依文小姐的建议来吧。
Then let's act according to Miss Wen's suggestion.
先生，文小姐怎么又忽然帮我们说话
Right?
了？
Shen, why is Miss Wen on our side all of a sudden?
她好像也完全不在意输给了先生。
She doesn't seem to mind that she lost to you either.
听到了，小弟弟。
I heard that, kiddo.
谁要跟你比赛了？
Who said this was a competition?
对文小姐来说，
The news should be more important to Miss
应该是
Wen.
新闻。
坠炉事
How
故
about
寻
this?
机
Following
场
incident shrouded with mystery, detective tries to uncover conspiracy. It gives her a better story. That's why she doesn't mind. At least that would be my guess.
先生，我们接下来怎么办？
Shen, what should we do next?
若坠炉事故发生时，
Formanting had already come to harm when the falling incident occurred.
说明平炉二层
That
很可能不
proves
是案
that
发
the
的第一现
second
场。
floor furnace area is most likely not the primary crime scene.
得想办法找到第一
Need
现
to
场。
think of a way to find the primary crime scene. Okay, do we can move now? I don't think we've looked in here yet. Guess we can talk to him. There are a few questions about the shrine that I would like to ask you. No harm in asking. Heard that Mr. Deputy Administrator was the one who arranged the statue? Oh. Foreman Ting repeatedly asked me to invite the gods in, and I couldn't argue with him. He was quite concerned about this and even built the shrine by himself. Who would know that after the gods were invited in, all these terrible things would happen? So Foreman Ting built the shrine and the altar by himself. Shen, we didn't check the altar beneath the shrine earlier. No matter, feel free to investigate it. As long as you can solve the case as soon as possible. Okay. Wooden altar so simple in structure that it doesn't even have a drawer. Half a stick of red candle on the candlestick that has already been put out. Okay. Statue of Guanjing and Mo Yi, probably pronouncing those completely wrong. It's just a normal statue with no mechanisms or secret compartments. How about the incense? There's 3 sticks of incense placed vertically on the incense burner. You're not going to sniff the incense and see if it smells the same as the powder you found on the floor? Made of rosewood, carvings aren't that meticulous. You could even say it's ugly. So he built it with his own hands. Don't think we've found anything significant yet because it hasn't marked anything. Oh, we can turn it around. Secret compartment. Oops. Okay, I can click on them. Oops. Okay, now it's open. Oh, all kinds of chemicals. Look, Shen, there are a lot of containers and regions in this secret compartment. This is the true secret of the shrine. Ammonia, sodium hydroxide, there are all kinds of reagents placed on the shelf. Crucible, an iron frame and funnel, a beaker and conical flask, and a dropper. These are all common appliances used for chemical experiments that are placed on this shelf. One of which has been sealed at the mouth. Okay. Oh, wait, there's a burn mark there. Can I click on that? It's a black mark on the partition board that feels hollow to the touch. It's a result of corrosion. Okay. Anything else? On that. Oh, he's gonna open the bottle. There's gunpowder smell. Ooh, this bottle contains concentrated nitric acid. Two pieces of steel soaked in reagents seem to have been corroded. One of the labels says sample made by pig iron burnt with coal from Westphalia. The other label says sample made by a mixture of Chinese coke breeze and anthracite. Completed. I didn't expect there was a whole set of chemical appliances hidden within the shrine. So he was actually secretly conducting experiments instead of worshiping gods. I never knew any of this. Mr. Deputy Administrator, would it be possible to ask you a few more questions? Let's see. Has Mr. Deputy Administrator ever seen these chemical appliances in the shrine? I'm guessing he hasn't, since he was surprised. I never knew that he was secretly conducting experiments. However, these appliances do look like the ones used in the laboratory in the backyard. Is it possible that Foreman Ting borrowed these from the laboratory? I can't be sure, but Foreman Ting used to be the assistant to Mr. Robinson, the chemist here. Later on, when we needed a foreman on the factory floor, Mr. Robinson recommended him. Is it not true that he is overqualified for the job as a foreman? It is indeed more laborious and dangerous to work on the factory floor than in the laboratory. However, he had great enthusiasm for steelmaking. Okay. I recall you once said that he had always been studying open hearth steelmaking technology. Yes, he wanted to improve the formulation of steel to reduce cost and increase efficiency. The minerals obtained by our ironworks are mostly phosphate rocks left over by the Japanese. To produce good steel, we had to buy pricey phosphorus-free coke from the foreigners. Not only are production costs high, the quality has always been unstable. After we used the open hearth process, the product quality has improved, but the costs are still high. Ting suggested replacing foreign coke with a mixture of Hingshan, coke breeze, and anthracite. The steel would then be refined in the open hearth furnace as phosphorus is removed. The open hearth process used the alkaline furnace, which is good at removing phosphorus. Nevertheless, this has nothing to do with the chemical appliances in the shrine. I heard from the workers that there was a problem with a batch of the product. Ting's method reduced cost by 1/3. We also did some tests on its mechanical properties. The results are good. Therefore, we trial produced a batch of steel rails. Good quality and low price helped us get orders from many railways. But that's when things went wrong? Ugh, indeed. The test report from London came back saying that there were quality problems with our products. That's not good. The report says that the carbon content of the steel was too low to be durable. Phosphorus content was too high and has prospects of fragmentation. As a result, the construction company for the railways refused to accept our steel rails. The public also accused us of cutting corners on such an important matter. I felt so ashamed. I'm sure Foreman Ting was also under a lot of stress too. After that incident, Formantine's condition hadn't been so good. So he was actually secretly conducting experiments instead of worshipping gods. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Administrator. Alfu and I shall continue investigating following this clue. Okay. Is there anything else in here? I already looked at the map. Working drawing of the open hearth furnace is pasted right above it. Okay, we can't go that way. Oh, steel ingot. Steel ingots casted from the molten steel in ladle number 2 after the incident. According to Afu, the remains of the deceased will not be within them. Because he would have completely burned up. Woo! This is a desk that Supervisor Ho moved here temporarily. There's a headcloth on the desk. Supervisor Ho was using it to bag the money. But didn't we have a note? We had a note that said that the foreman was wearing a headcloth. So why is it being used for money if that was his? The account book next to it, let me take a look. Oldie's wages were deducted a lot. The reason is because he skipped work multiple times. He probably wasn't putting his little card on the calendar thing, because it said if they failed to put it on there, they would not get paid. Awu's wages were the second most deducted for being late. Old Shao's have also been deducted. These are circumstances worth keeping in mind. Yeah, because if they're losing wages, they're probably not going to be super happy. Nice. This, oh, okay, Shen, this door leads to the backyard. Let's head over there and take a look. Yes, please. Ironworks interior. Oops, no, that just took us back. I didn't want to do that. No, that goes back to the interior. Burlap sack. Gunny sacks are filled with lime. Ah. Okay. Oh, here's the lab. He's super excited. This laboratory is huge. Well, speak of the devil. I was just telling Mr. Robinson about you two detectives. There are a few questions we would like to ask, Mr. Robinson. Of course, allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Robinson, a chemist from England. He is also the head of this laboratory. Mr. Robinson, this is Mr. Shen. Beside him is his assistant, Afu. Mr. Shen, I did hear thy deductions are marvelous. This case is still under investigation, so your cooperation would be greatly appreciated. It be true that there is aught I can... Oh, his accent. If it be true that there is aught I can help thee with, prithee to let me know it. If there's anything I can help you with. Sweet. Mr. Robinson, I'm also really interested in chemistry. There are some experiments that come to mind. Can I borrow your laboratory table? Aye, aye. There are several test tubes and a scale on the laboratory table. Okay. We will ask him, but let's look at the portrait. Look, Shen, it's a portrait of Shidong. Mr. Zhang advocates education in industry. He's a person I admire greatly. Okay, we'll look at the desk. Stack of documents, a bottle of ink, and a quill pen are placed on the desk. This is a chemical test report for steel. Steel in this report is made by using coal from Westphalia. All indexes are up to standard. Steel in this report was made from a mixture of Chinese coke breeze and anthracite. What a shame. Due to the high phosphorus content, fragmentation easily appears in the steel. Didn't they have a process that removed the phosphorus that was supposed to help with that? Seems that the choice of fuel really affects the quality of the steel. Magazines. Complete account of iron manufacture, electricity. The bookshelf is full of technical books. The remaining documents are all in foreign languages. Natural Philosophy is the first book I read about the study of physics. Okay, what's this? There's some paper ashes in the brazier that seem to have burned out not long ago. Suspicious. This brazier brings back some bad memories. Right? From the last case. If you were here before they burned a brazier to if you weren't here before, they used a brazier in a crime scene to make the body seem like it had been killed later than it had been. Okay, so we can talk to her. And we can talk to him. Formanting's relationships. Mr. Ho, you seem to be quite familiar with Mr. Robinson. I speak a bit of Mr. Robinson's language, so sometimes I can help him with communications. Mr. Robinson is a very interesting person. I really enjoy talking to him. How is Formanting's relationship with Mr. Robinson? Formanting used to be Mr. Robinson's assistant, but their relationship was never too close. Okay, so he used to be his assistant, but they weren't close. You both have probably already heard about Formanting beating up Mr. Robinson a while ago. What was the specific reason for that? Formanting came to ask Mr. Robinson in private to help him test the steel made by his methods. Mr. Robinson agreed and ran tests over and over again, but the results were unsatisfactory. Formanting was quite stubborn and insisted that Mr. Robinson was being half-hearted. Mr. Robinson only meant to help, so he naturally resented Formanting's accusations. Mr. Robinson's words became quite harsh. Formanting was so angry that he beat up Mr. Robinson. Wow. The matter was only resolved when Mr. Lee stepped in. After all, Formanting was just too eager to achieve success. You can't blame the other guy for it not working. Mr. Shen, what else would you like to know? No more questions? Mr. Mr. Robinson, if it be true that there is aught I can help thee with, prithee do let me knoweth. He sounds like he's trying to talk with a Shakespeare accent. Let's see. Heard that he once served as your assistant. Why was he transferred to the factory floor? Ting was very talented. I applaud his contributions as mine aid. He doth help me in many ways, and I returneth. I did giveth him bounteous rewards. Well, so he did maketh an unforgivable misprision. He was a cut purse. Oh, so he's blaming it, or is the accusing of him of stealing? Is that what that means? Ah, he did steal my notes, which did hath multitudinous data of the essence. He did steal laboratory instruments, and then did return them the next morn. Maybe the stuff that was in the shrine? Oh me the gods, doth he truly bethink yon I would not find it out? Everything hither hath a fixed placement. I did knoweth of his trickery aforetime. The way he speaks makes it very awkward. Right? It sounds like Formanting just wanted to gain more knowledge. The lab hath its own rules. I doth not like people who doth not follow the rules. I muse, going to worketh on the factory floor, whilst the superior answer for Ting. So they didn't get along, so he changed jobs. And because he was getting accused of stealing. Possibly. Perhaps. I am not reading that again. It's just a... Okay, so we're going to just ask him about himself. Okay. Mr. Robinson, could I ask you to give us an introduction to the tasks of a chemist? To be able to smelt metals, 'tis behooveful to understandeth the composition of the minerals. Right? Ere deciding the ingredients, proportions, and which refining process to useth. Mr. Robinson is saying, before steel making, we need to know the composition of the minerals. Oh. Okay. Then we decide on the ingredients, proportions, and which refining process to use. He is responsible for running tests on the composition of various minerals through chemistry. So Mr. Robinson is also in charge of chemical testing for the quality of the steel rails, right? We doth not hath the arts to explore the caliber of steel rails. So they don't have what they need to explore it? The Ironworks Laboratory does not have the credentials to run tests on steel rails. Credentials? Railway constructors, mainly foreign companies, have their own preferred testing institutions. So maybe they thought it was good from their testing, but then when they sent it to the company or their customer, that's when they discovered that it wasn't any good. Oh, thanks, Dark Lord. Well, thanks for watching. Hope your workday goes good. The test reports issued by our ironworks are unable to get approved. These speaketh the truth. Ho! If to be true, thither is aught I can hope. Oh. Okay, so we asked him everything. So now we can probably go talk to Miss Wen. Oops, I already read that. Darn it. We want to talk to Miss Wen. Are you also here to investigate the laboratory? I'm here for the photos. The camera was destroyed, but fortunately the film inside was untouched. I was wondering if perhaps she caught some photos that would be useful. Mr. Robinson from the laboratory helped me develop them. What kind of photos did you take? Can we have a look? I only took a few, and most of them are scenery shots. You can see for yourself. Shen, let's take a look at Miss Wen's photos. One moment. There are still a few questions that I would like to ask Miss Wen. Ask away, great detective. If you are writing a report on the ironworks, you must know its recent developments. Well, of course, I'm a senior reporter. It's really difficult for national enterprises like the Hongyang Iron Works to develop and grow. They need to buy foreign equipment. Even mineral resources are controlled by foreigners. At the market, foreigners control the right to build most railways in China. They're the ones who decide whose steel rails to buy and what the standards are for testing. Take the Shanghai Nanjing Railway with the British chief engineer, for example. The agreement specifies that the British in charge of purchasing take a commission of 5%. Naturally, the British will choose to buy Western products to gain more profit. Makes sense. When they purchase steel rails, they would nitpick it. Hanyang Iron Works products. Recently, the ironworks is more competitive due to a new method that greatly reduced costs. However, rumors about the bad quality of its steel rails have sent the ironworks to rock bottom. No wonder Deputy Administrator Lee seems so anxious. That's why he hopes that my news report can help them restore their reputation. So I wonder if somebody was trying to ruin their reputation? For competitive reasons? Oh, here's the photos. Nice. On the left of the photo is a photo of Hanyang Ironworks freight dock. Let's see if there's anything suspicious. Middle is a photo of the molten steel basin. We've seen this before. Now that was missing. Photo was taken in the office on this furnace factory floor. So there's our victim. The office in the photo looks different to what it's like now. Hi, Jay. How are you tonight? Hi, Woodchip. Welcome in. The rest of your stream go good? Photo of of Deputy Administrator Lee, Supervisor Ho, and Foreman Ting at the office. Miss Wen, was this photo taken yesterday evening as well? Yep, what about it? This detail in the photo differs from how the office is now. That seems quite peculiar. Oh boy, we have to point it out? Well, I know this wasn't there. But is that the only thing? The money bag and the money in the desk disappeared without a trace. This money was probably taken to pay the wages, right? That's right, but there's nothing peculiar about that. Shen, let's take a look at another detail. I wonder if this is an old map, because he keeps mentioning that the map looks like it's new. And I don't know if this was there. I wish we could go back and look at the office first. The blueprints on the wall changed. The photo of flowchart of the steelmaking process was placed above the map. But now it's a working drawing of the open-hearthed furnace. Furthermore, the map in the photo looks evidently more worn down. Who did it? Why would they suddenly make such a change? When the incident occurred, I was in the office. The blueprints were switched out then. You think this could be related to Foreman Ting's death? It's hard to believe that there is no connection whatsoever between these two. Could it be that the suspect did it? We cannot rule out the possibility that Foreman Ting did this. Ooh. Our inner evil voice. Was it necessary for Foreman Ting to replace the flow chart with a working drawing? Could you not surprise me like that? That was quite startling. Could you not avoid the subject? Answer me. Was it necessary for Foreman Ting to replace the flowchart with a working drawing? No need? I don't think you would need to. There was no need. Both furnaces are in operation. It didn't make any sense to hang the working drawing up again. He had no reason to change the blueprints, nor did other workers. Unless the suspect did. Go on. Does the suspect have a valid reason to replace the blueprint? If he wanted to replace the blueprint, usually that would be to cover up traces or destroy. But he could be, that could be any of those three. I'll go with it. Was it to cover up traces on the wall? It's not right. The size and location of the blueprints have not changed. Nope. I would say to leave a message, because if it was to destroy information, it was already there. Nope.
图上甚至没有手写的痕迹，
Third time's a charm.
应该是出于其他的理由。疑犯有什么必须要替换图纸的理由？显然，
There's some information on the paper that they did not want us to see.
为了销毁它们，
In order to destroy it, they switched out both of the blueprints.
所以是什么样的信息？
So what kind of information was it?
照片中的2张图纸并没有特别之处，上面也没有手写的痕迹。
Nothing special about the 2 blueprints in the photo, no traces of handwriting on them either.
那张地图，
Aside from its worn out state, the map is the exact same as the map on the wall now.
这说明
Which means is it concealed?
也许信息是通过某种隐蔽的方式存在的，
Perhaps the information exists in some kind of hidden way.
比如
Ink that can only be shown under certain circumstances. Paper has undergone special treatment.
假设真有那么隐蔽的信息，也不用换图纸了。
There really was such hidden information, there would be no need to. Oh, well,
这
yeah.
说明
Batting 1,000 today.
只能是后留下的信息。
Information could have only been left alone.
说明
The photo was taken, new information appeared on the blueprints that was torn off.
被撕掉的图纸上出现了新的信息。所以，新出现的信息是什么？
So what's the new information?
可能性太多了。
Too many possibilities.
不，
No, the suspect has only one reason to hide evidence.
被隐藏的证据会暴露他的罪行。
Hidden evidence will reveal their crime.
有人一直在营造传说杀人
Rumors
假
say Ting was killed by ghosts, but he was most likely murdered before falling
大概率已经遭遇不
into
测。
the ladle.
这意味着
This means that the new information that appeared on the blueprints perhaps bloodstains? Because that would be one reason to take it away.
血迹。疑犯想要营造传说杀人的假象。
Suspect was trying to make people believe Ting was killed by
如
ghosts.
果车间里发
If a
现了血迹
bloodstain is found on the factory floor, their schemes would be exposed.
证据，
Evidence.
给我一个能佐
Give
证
me
你推理的证
evidence
据。
that supports your deduction.
证据？还有什么证据？是我之前没考虑过。
Evidence. What other evidence have I yet to consider?
能侧面佐证死者
Evidence
手上
that
留下
could
的证据是
indirectly prove that the deceased was injured and bleeding is. Is he wearing. No, he's not wearing. Oh, the head cloth. They put the head cloth on him so they couldn't tell that he had injuries.
是了，早上丁匠木很反常的戴了头巾，
Formanting abnormally wore a head cloth this
头
morning.
巾的作用。
Head cloth may have been used to cover the scars and bloodstains on his head.
不过，这还不足以证实刚
This
刚
is
的假
not
设。
enough to prove the hypothesis I just made. Unfortunately,
尸体损
the
毁，
body has been destroyed, otherwise an autopsy would reveal everything.
即便是假设，它至少能说明
Even if it's just a hypothesis, at least it tells us that the primary crime scene is most likely the office. Shen! Are you alright? Did your headache act up again? I'm fine. Just now, I have understood something. It is most likely that the office was the primary crime scene. The blueprints were switched out because blood splattered across them. Whoa, so that's what it was. However, this is just a hypothesis. We need to find a way to prove it. If blood splattered onto the blueprints, we should be able to find blood stains on the wall. Not if they'd cleaned it. But we didn't find anything at all, so it must have been wiped clean. If only we could find a way to test for it. You're in a laboratory. You don't have some luminol or something? His accent. Nope. I can't ask him for chemicals. Okay, well, I guess we'd go back to... Oh, what's this way? Oh. Objects under the tarpon. Sure, it's pig iron underneath of this tarpon. Huh? This isn't pig iron. Shen, there are rubber blocks piled underneath of here. A large quantity of rubber. Is there a need for rubber in the process of steel making? Not at all. These rubber blocks belong to Mr. Lee. They're just temporarily stacked here. He's also the one that got his wages deducted for being late. Suspicious. Afu, under our feet. Huh? These are scraps of rubber. That means someone processed rubber blocks here. There's a uniform over here. It looks really dirty and it's all covered in rust. Is it rust or is it blood? Only a worker in the charging area could make their clothes this dirty. You know whom this clothing belongs to. You can ask around and see which worker came by the warehouse today. You sure this uniform was discarded today? I just cleaned this place up with old Chow and the others last night before we got off work. Situation is worth recording. Tools. A file, a screwdriver, a saw, a wrench. There are a lot of tools placed on top of this chest. That's it. Elevator? Can we use the elevator? I guess we can talk to him too. We'll see if... Hold it right there, Mr. Shen. I didn't think so. What's wrong, Mr. Patrolman? You can't go through there. The elevator leads to the second floor. The conveyor door is locked. Even if you went up, you'd have to come back down. Okay, so can we question him? How's the investigation going, you guys? So casual. We're still investigating, and there are some questions we wanted to ask you, Mr. Patrolman. However, we're short on time, so we hope that you can be straight with us. Where's this coming from? My headache is sometimes good and sometimes bad. Then is it good or bad right now? With a murderous suspect on the loose in the ironworks, Mr. Lee is already troubled again. Or trouble enough. If there's anything you want to know, you can try. Okay. Formanting's relationships. Did Formanting ever have a problem with anyone? There's quite a few. Let's count Awu in first. Was it because Formanting was strict and paid Awu's wages late? Not entirely. Ting was stricter with Awu more than he was with anyone else, so Awu hated him. Formanting came from the backwater countryside and was the youngest in his family. In the past 2 years, his family died of illness or old age. He was the last one left. He was also an old bachelor. There's no one to even handle his funeral affairs. Awu was also born to a poor family. He is clever. Everyone knows Ting treated him like a son. Alas, it's regrettable that Ting was obsessed with steelmaking. He was not considerate at all. Obviously, he meant well, but sometimes his words sounded harsh and mean. That's why Awu kicked over his shrine a while ago. Foreman Ting was really quite alone. It sounds so pitiful. Other than Awu, who else did Foreman Ting have a dispute with? Old Lee is also quite stubborn, so these two stubborn old men often fought. Also, a little while back, Foreman Ting even beat up that foreign boss from the laboratory. Thanks to his bad temper, he lost his job in the lab and became a labor foreman here. If there's anything you want to know, you can try asking me. Oh. No more questions. Go back in and look at the office again. So we can ask Mr. Lee. I don't see anything new in here. Okay, I guess we'll just talk to him and see if he has anything new to say. Would it be possible to ask you a few more questions? No, we already asked all of these. I thought we'd go back to the office. What are you doing here? Did you just say that the foreman was murdered? At present, it is highly likely that he was murdered. Mr. Shen, you'll believe what I say, right? Yes? I remember something strange. My master doesn't let me say much, and I'm not sure if this is important or not. There's no one else here. Awu, be at ease and tell us. This morning, I noticed that the crane hook was not stationed at its usual position. Where is the crane hook usually positioned? It is supposed to be between furnace number 1 and furnace number 2. But when I got here this morning, the crane hook was stationed in front of furnace 2. Is it possible that someone used the crane hook during working hours? Not likely. No one would move the crane hook if we weren't casting ingots. Unless Mr. Lee was using it to cast his rubber blocks. So you suspect that someone used the crane hook last night. That's right. Thank you, Awu. This really helps our investigations. Oh. I wonder if he's casting his rubber ingots using their furnace, and it's leaving behind residue that is causing the steel integrity to be bad, and the foreman found out about it and confronted him, and that's why he, maybe he was threatened to be fired for using work equipment and messing up the steel. Maybe, perhaps. Anyway, hurry up and find that murderer. Okay. Yeah, that's Yenwu. We just talked to him, so maybe we'll go up and talk to Mr. Lee. Old Lee, there are still a few questions. Ah. So you're saying Foreman Ting was murdered? It wasn't because he provoked that thing in the shrine? Of course, we went to the office and nothing happened. Old Lee, between last night and this morning, have you noticed anything unusual? Or perhaps have you heard any strange noises? Nothing unusual or strange noises. Were you working at the second floor furnace area all night? Yes, sometimes I take a break, but I never left, not even for a second. Spent the whole night on the second floor and found nothing unusual. That conflicts with... Oh, it was discarded in the morning. So if he left his clothes downstairs, that means he had to have left. Perhaps. Do you recognize this piece of clothing? Isn't this our uniform? What's wrong with it? We found this in the warehouse. Do you know who this belongs to, Old Lee? I can't tell, but it definitely isn't mine. He spent the whole night on the second floor and found nothing unusual. That conflicts with... We'll do this, and if not, then I'll do the maybe later. Moons of the crane hook are exceedingly noisy. If you were really here all night... Oh. How could you have not known that someone used the crane hook last night? Unless you were the person who moved the crane hook. It wasn't me. Last night, I did in fact leave the second floor furnace area. Where did you go? I stayed up past midnight. I was very hungry and I went to the dock to have a midnight snack. I want a snack. No way, if you left, who was looking after the furnace? The furnace could be unattended for an hour after materials are shoveled in. A wild child has appeared. Patrolman Koo can prove it. Whenever I'm on duty, we go to the dock together around that time. I swear, I'm not lying. We'll trust your words for now. Is there anything else that you're hiding from us? No. Have you ever opened the conveyor door after the incident? Well, that's... If you keep fumbling, it'll just increase our suspicions. Well... He says hi. Bye-bye. Love you. Fine then. After the incident, I did open the conveyor door without permission. The fire was so intense, it's only natural that I fear death. It's only human nature to flee for your life, but why did you keep this secret earlier? There are rules of operation that require workers to put out the fire as a priority. I didn't have the guts to stay, but I was also afraid they would cut my pay. I have a family to support, so many mouths to feed. Be at ease. boldly. We just want to uncover the truth. We do not intend to cause you any trouble. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay. Did you lock the conveyor door at a later time? Yes, it's embarrassing to admit. The only person who holds the key to the conveyor door, and the only person on the factory floor that has the keys. We would like to try and take the elevator. Okay, so he's gonna unlock the door. How did you two come out of there? We're investigating every nook and cranny that seems suspicious. Ooh. Yawn. When the incident occurred, were you in the warehouse? Did you see anyone get off the elevator? I don't know. I was in front of the office doors at the time. Is this warehouse usually locked? Does anyone stand guard? Warehouse usually isn't locked or guarded since there's nothing important kept in there. Itchy nose. There's anything... Okay. Well, Lee claims that whenever he is on duty, he goes to the dock with you to eat midnight snacks. You know about that already? Was that the case last night? We were just taking a little break. Okay, so he did confirm that he did come down and was on the dock with him. Okay. Not sure where to go next. Already asked all of those. Oh, he's giddy? Oh, he wants to get the foreman job. No wonder he's all worked up. So is there somebody else over here? Heard his death was influenced. Okay, that's just the exit. Ooh. Since there's no body to examine, Auntie Vu already left. Oh, that's it? This was the ladle the foreman fell into. Mr. Tang got killed by somebody. He brought that trouble onto himself. We can talk to him again. He's always so angry. Angry boy. Okay, so we confirmed his alibi. Oops. No! That's not the one I wanted. Okay. was the point of that? Okay, we don't want to go down. We can go in the charging area from back there. There's the hooks. Oh. Didn't see anything new. Oh. Factory floor is already quite arid. Why is there a tarpaulin covering the iron? Ting instructed us to do so. He was afraid the bulk material and the iron would be mixed up. I didn't mean to break the rules. I'm not going to cause you any discomfort unless you're the murderer. Right? Well, I guess we'll go back to the lab, because I think that's the only place I haven't double-checked. Oh, monument. This monument was erected when Hanya Ironworks was first put into operation. At the time, there were quite a few foreign engineers who came to work at the ironworks. Still a little bit of extra information, I'm guessing. Appliance cabinet. A variety of reagents are displayed in the cabinet. Hydrochloric acid, nitric acid, sulfuric acid, ammonia, hydrogen peroxide. They really do have everything. Afu, what kind of experiments are these reagents used for? They're mainly used to test composition of minerals and steel. I see. Is Afu gonna make us a blood detector? Oh. What the heck? Oh, that was unexpected. Shen, are you alright? I am fine. I just remembered a few unpleasant memories. As long as you're fine. Shen, I just found a bottle of reagent that's quite rare. Perhaps it can be of use. I've got an idea. In my father's notes, I once read about an ammonia powder that glows when it reacts with blood. I knew it. Afu to the rescue. I never thought this laboratory would have it. See this one? The scientific name for it is 3-aminophthalazide? Something like that. You can try to prepare a blood detection reagent. That would be wonderful. Let's borrow Mr. Robinson's laboratory table. No. We're gonna borrow his laboratory table. It already has a check mark, but gives it. Okay, time to prepare the blood detection reagent. Remember, left for items, right for weights. Oh, a puzzle? I think that's new. I just need to follow my father's notes step by step. I am sure it will be made perfectly. Puzzle. Okay, so where's his notes? So we need, oh, it is luminol. 0.2 grams of luminol. is step 1. So we need luminol, 0.2 grams. Luminol. Okay. Nice. And then 6 grams of NaOH, whatever that is. I do not remember my periodic table. Oh, dude, Bruno. 6 grams. Okay, so we need a 5 and a 6. NaOH. Right? Oh. Okay, and then 90 milliliters of water. Can we put one on this side and one on this side? No. How do we measure out 90? And where's the water? Aw. 40 milliliters. How do we... Oh, can we go this side? Ah, okay. We need 90. So... Okay. So we've got 30. Somehow we need 10. Oh, we can just do it this way. 30, 60. It's 90. And then we need 40 of H2O2. No, that's not gonna work. Okay, now I need to do that twice. Can I dump this somewhere else? No, but I can dump it back in there. Oh, did I use the right product though? Okay. I got it. Yay! Classic me, the blood detection region is all done. Go to the office for verification. I'd have to... Oops, wrong way. Okay. Can we check the map again? Oh. Mr. Deputy Administrator, we suspect that the office was the scene of the crime. Yeah, that too. We need to detect blood. Shall we close the door and windows and turn off all the lights? As long as it contributes to uncovering the truth, do whatever is convenient for you two. Look, Shen, it's blood. Blood on the walls and on the floor. Is everything that is glowing a bloodstain? It appears that we need to reinvestigate this room. Bloodstains on the wall are mainly cast-off pattern bloodstains with a wide range. Preliminary judgment, the murder weapon was not a knife but a blunt object instead. Is it the statue from the shrine? Could the murder weapon be something inside this room? If it is an object in this room, the murderer probably committed a crime of passion. I have a bold hypothesis. My instinct tells me that the murder weapon was the statue of Ganjiang and Moyi. The weight is appropriate, but the shape seems to be a bit short. Can try to test it. I'll examine the shrine and the statue closely. There's no luminous reaction at all. I guess it wasn't the statue. Only my instincts were as sharp as Shen's. I do not rely on my instincts to save cases, though. Now that wouldn't be there. There are 2 long cast-off pattern bloodstains on the board of names and badges. Cast-off range is wider than any of the other casts I have seen before. Name badges are blocking the bloodstains, so I take... Oh! Sure, but keep a record of the hanging positions of each name badge. Understood. Hanging positions could also be clues. Okay, there weren't any reactions to blood on the name badges. Bloodstains on the copper board are continuous and unobscured. Does this mean the crime took place before the workers started work? You are correct. I guess we're just looking for clues. We're not just looking for a murder weapon. Okay, wall with blueprints has cast-off patterns. Blood is expected. Cast-off range is quite wide, so the murder weapon seems to be something that is very long. Take down the map and paste it back on later. Bloodstains on the wall stops when it reaches the map. Murderer really switched out the blueprints to hide the bloodstains, and then perhaps burned it in the brazier? In the lab? Shen's deduction is incredible. What's on the floor? It's a blurry bloodstain on the floor with uneven thickness. This is a swipe pattern bloodstain left by the murderer when they cleaned up the crime scene. Parallel lines at the edges are swipe marks. Scattered spots surrounding the blurry bloodstain that seem to be projected. Such traces often appear at the scene where the victim is repeatedly hit by a blunt instrument. One more clue. I don't think there's anything here, but okay. It's just a different part of the bloodstains. Shen, these two bloodstains look really strange. This one looks like a symbol drawn on the bloodstained floor. The other one looks like a stamp, and it feels somewhat familiar. Oh, is it the... Did they kill him with the bag of money? And that's why the money is in the hat instead of in the bag. Other one looks like a stamp, and it feels somewhat familiar. Something that could leave such a large bloodstain should be the murder weapon, right? Highly possible. It's not very long, though. This trace is very important and needs to be specifically recorded. No problem. Because those almost look like coins. It says I have enough to clear up some of my questions, but do I just... Jen, once I saw those rubber blocks, I understood everything. The pungent grayish-white powder we found on the side was residue from burning of the rubber. They set up a rubber rod there as a railing. The rubber I've seen in the past is soft and incapable of supporting the weight of a person. What we found in the warehouse was not just ordinary rubber, but vulcanized hard rubber? Volcanic. At ambient temperature, it can sustain a person's weight and won't easily become deformed, but once the outlet shutter is opened and the temperature close by rises rapidly, the rubber will then soften and deform, causing formanting to topple over. From a distance, it would seem like the railing had suddenly disappeared. Aha! I was right. It appears the murderer is very familiar with what is stored inside the warehouse. I know the principle behind the shrine and unleashing its powers. Is it related to the chemical regions inside the cabinet? Exactly. The so-called powers of the shrine is actually... Ugh. Chemical smoke? Oh, I'm gonna do maybe this one. Remember when Awu kicked the shrine? I bet he accidentally knocked over the concentrated nitric acid in the cabinet. Acid has a gunpowder smell when it evaporates. It produces a yellowish-white smoke. If that's the case, then Awu fell ill because he inhaled the acid. Yes, nitric acid harms the respiratory tract. Awu was close by. He probably inhaled a lot. They're afraid of ghosts and don't know what chemistry. It's easy for them to be superstitious. Classic me. Formanting is really unpopular. Nobody likes him. Feels like everyone has a motive. Apparently, worshipping the shrine behind closed doors was just a cover. Formanting was actually conducting some kind of chemical experiment in secret. But there's a laboratory in the factory. Why didn't he just go to conduct the experiments? Obviously, he didn't want anyone to know. He must have had a reason. This is just kind of reiterating some of the other stuff we learned. After the incident, Oldie had opened the conveyor door, so the suspect probably left through it. Splashes of molten steel make it impossible to pass through the stairs in front. For a long time after the incident, the conveyor door was the only way to leave the second floor. Shen, I understand now. Oh, yeah. There are only 3 possibilities. Murderer was Oldley, someone Oldley covered for, or someone left the scene after Oldley. Doesn't this mean that the person who didn't arrive at the scene immediately after the incident is the most suspicious? That is true. Even if that person is not Oldley, they would be someone who is quite familiar with him. That is why he could predict Oldley's behavior and use it to his advantage and carry out the plan. So either Oldley or maybe the guard, because he knows his... Oh, I cannot click on it again. Okay. We've already examined all the places that could be investigated within the ironworks. It's time to ask Deputy Administrator Lee to gather everyone for discussion. Yay! We are getting close to the end. By gathering us all here, I'm sure Mr. Shen has come to a conclusion. There's no time to waste. Please begin right away. Through investigations, we can confirm that the death of Formanting was the result of a murder. Dun, dun, dun. The furnace area where Ting's falling incident occurred was actually the secondary crime scene. Murderer used a mechanism to make Ting jump into the ladle staging a suicide. The presumed disappearing railing was actually a fake railing that was made from rubber. We found a batch of hard rubber blocks in the warehouse as well as traces from processing them. This kind of vulcanized rubber won't easily deform at room temperature. But when molten steel flows out, the rubber will gradually soften due to burning heat.
软化后的橡胶栏杆无法再支撑任何重量。
The softening rubber railing wouldn't be able to sustain any weight at all.
钉橡木的坠炉引发了爆炸，
Things falling caused an explosion, burning up the rubber railing, which disappeared completely.
现场的灰白
Grayish white powder we found on site was the residue from the burning rubber.
仓库的那批橡
Those
胶
rubber blocks
是相当
belong
程
to
暂存在本
Hubei
场的，
Arsenal and are stored here temporarily.
料清被别有
Who
用心
knew
之
that
人
it
利
would be
用。
used by someone with an ulterior motive?
这可以说明
This proves that the murderer knows the warehouse inventory like the back of their hands.
事故发生后，
After the incident, Oli could not withstand the heat and opened the conveyor door.
所以凶手只需
So
在
all
劳力
the
死后
murderer
再
had to
从升
do
降
was
机
take
离
the
开，
elevator
就可
after
以
Lee
上
left to make their
金
getaway.
蝉脱壳。
凶手一直在2层，怎么老李没发现他？
If the murderer was on the second floor the entire time, how come Oldie never noticed them?
因为他找到了一个完美的藏
It's
身
because
之
they
处。
were able to find the perfect hiding spot.
凶手
Murderer must have hid in this location. Oh. So if they went around here after the explosion, maybe the iron heap because it has that tarp over the top of it.
铁料堆上盖着一块巨大的防尘
This
布，
is a sheet of dust cover. At the time, the murderer hid underneath it along with the body.
可填料工要去铲料，总会发现他呀。
Furnace charger would have found them at once. Oh, furnace charger would have found them once he went to shovel the materials.
马丁炉烧
Takes 8 hours to
需要
purify steel in the furnace.
只有开始时需要添一次铁料。
Iron is required in the beginning. After that, only subsidiary materials are needed.
哎，对对，填完铁料
That's
后
right. There's
就
no
不
need
需
for
要
me to
再
go
去
back after shoveling in the iron.
这凶手倒是很熟悉炼钢的流
This
程。
murderer is quite familiar with the steel-making process, huh?
若依沈先生所言，凶手是老李，岂不更省事？
Based on what Mr. Shen said, wouldn't it be easier to say that Old Lee was the murderer?
也是，
That's
整个
true.
2层只有他一个人，
He's the only person on the second floor. It would be easy for him to hide a body. Yeah, but that just sounds too coincidental. Too easy.
不是我啊，
It wasn't me.
老李是
That's just like putting
加板，太冤枉了呀！
a kangyu on an innocent man. I've been wronged.
沈先生，
But he does have a
这你
motive.
是最清楚的，
Mr. Shen,
真
you,
的不是
you
我
know
呀
this more than anyone else. It really wasn't me.
考虑到这个证据，我认为老李
Ah, considering this piece of evidence, I believe that Old Lee was not the murderer. Okay, so that's the regent. Maybe. Okay, so we've used this, and this, and this, and all of those. My guess is possibly this. The uniform. Oh, the murderer was wearing the uniform.
这件沾满铁锈的新工服
This new uniform stained with rust was discarded by someone and left in the warehouse.
工服只有前胸和膝盖处
Only the
沾了
chest
大
and
面
knee
积
areas
铁
of the uniform were
同时还有
stained
划痕。
extensively with rust,
铁锈只有铁
and
料堆
rust
中的废
only
钢上面。
appears on the heap of iron scraps.
而痕迹
It
分布
suggests the
也
wearer
符合
laying
在铁
on
料堆
his
中
front
趴着的姿势。
in the iron heap.
如果凶手
Old
是
Lee
老
was
李
the murderer, there was no
没有
need
必
for
要
him
在
to
铁
hide
堆
in the iron heap.
的确没必要。
Indeed, his job is there anyway, and it's not unusual for Old Lee to be stained with
这么
rust.
稀奇反 反而是平时不穿工服、身上不该有铁锈的人才会这么做。
Instead, a person who doesn't usually wear a uniform is more likely to do so.
所以凶手很可能不是工人。
Which means the murderer most likely isn't a worker.
但他又很熟悉仓库中的
Yet
物品
they're
和验赃的
familiar
流
with the
程。
inventory and the steel-making process.
文小姐，还要加上可以伪造绝笔信。
And they're able to forge a suicide note.
自然，
Oh, of course.
凶手不仅会写字，还善模仿他人
Murderer
笔
can
记。
not only write, but is also capable of imitating others' handwriting.
看来沈先生心中已有定论，时间紧迫，还请快快揪出凶手。
Here's that Shen has come to a conclusion. Please identify the murderer as soon as possible. Okay, so it's definitely, of course, not any of them. I think it's possibly him because he had the money. Oh. Can I not? I don't know what his motive would be. It wouldn't be a worker because they don't need to change their uniforms. And of course it's not going to be Auntie Vu. It could have been the guard, but I don't see why it would be. And it could be Mr. Robertson because he blamed him for stealing his work. But I think it might be Ho.
本案最大的嫌疑人是你，何先生。
Because he paid the wages and the money was swapped out with the hat. That's my main reasoning. Prime suspect of this case is you, Mr. Ho. Supervisor Ho does meet all of the conditions, especially the one about imitating handwriting.
许恒，这是怎么回事？
Hashem, what is the meaning of this?
大人，
Your Honor,
我想
I believe
沈先
that
生
Mr.
应该是
Shen
弄错了
is probably mistaken. Probably. If you didn't kill him, wouldn't that be definitely mistaken?
假设沈先生推理成立，
Foreman Ting was murdered. The murderer had to drag his body to the second floor. Not if he used the elevator.
手无缚鸡之
I'm
力，
just a feeble
他是办不到
scholar,
的。
so it would have been impossible for me to do so.
这并不难。
Not be.
你只是借助
Oh, the
这种
crane
武
hooks.
器
They used the crane hooks to lift him up to the second level because the elevator would have been locked, but they could have used the crane hooks. As long as you use this for support.
辅料填进炉子后，
After
有半个
charging
时
materials into the
这期间，
furnace,
Lolly
Oldley
通常会
usually
离开
takes a
客厅。
break from work for 1 hour.
你知道老李的
You
这
knew
个
about
习惯
Oldley's habits, so you
于是
took
你上
advantage
楼
of
再
Oldley's absence.
启动吊钩，
Started the
将尸体
crane
运
hook,
上
then
巡逻2
transported the corpse to the second floor furnace area. Yup.
沈先生和
Mr.
认为
Shen
在下
thinks
是
that
凶手
I'm the murderer.
But
Then
then
fine,
that's
go
not
on
true.
and regard me as the murderer.
许恒，沈先生受本办指托查
And
案，
trusted him
检
to
举可疑之
investigate
人
this
是
case.
职责所
It's
在。
his duty to report suspicious people.
你若有异
If
议，
you have any
能罪证
objections,
清
it
白
would be
那是
best
最
that you
好。
prove your innocence.
会办大人不必强求何私事自证清白。
You do not need to force Supervisor Ho to prove his innocence, Mr. Deputy Administrator.
我既怀疑何私事，自然会举证证明。
Ah, since I suspect Supervisor Ho, naturally I will provide evidence to prove it.
君子不可辱，善人不可欺。沈先生就不必惺惺作态了。
A gentleman should not be humiliated. There is no need for hypocrisy, Mr. Shen.
既然如此，何先生可愿与沈某
In that case, would Mr. Ho be willing to have a debate with me?
真金不怕火炼。
True gold does not fear fire. I shall not succumb to your injustice. Debate.
敢问沈先生怀疑在下的理由是什么？沈某之所以视何先生为最大嫌疑人，是因为何先生最为符合前序调查所总结之凶手特征。在下也曾读过《穆勒明学》一书，知道推论要讲逻辑，记忆力不大，熟悉仓库，懂炼钢，晚到现场。非要说这是凶手特征的话，在下的确是符合条件的。不过，这不等同于我就是凶手吧？正如钢轨的主要成分为铁，且十分坚固，此为它的特征。但不能说所有铁质坚固的东西都是钢轨吧？这是一个典型的推论谬误。沈先生，你说呢？怎么，沈先生无话可说了？看来是非已。
Well, this is definitely a new.
正如钢轨的主要成分为铁，且十分坚固，此为它的特征。但不能说所有铁质坚固的东西都是钢轨吧？这是一个典型的推论谬误。沈先生，你说呢？何先生这是在偷换概念。我所述的是最大嫌疑人，而非凶手。诚然，具备凶手特征的人不必然成为凶手，但凶手却必定存在于满足此类特征的人之中。
They're talking way fast.
都有成为凶手的嫌疑。沈先生一口一个嫌犯，一口一个凶手，这才是真正的偷换概念，误导众人。你所谓的推理都是基于证言的猜测而已，其实没有证据能证明发生了命案吧？凶手蓄意小用吊钩是基于阿武的一面之词，凶手只能在确认命案是因为在这公事房中发现了血迹，这里才是案发的第一现场。这怎么可能？阿福制作了一种显血试剂，遇血之后会发光。哪有这样的药剂？我怎么没听说过？你不过是在虚张声势。
会办大人可是亲眼见证了我们调查的过程哦。这还不信？要不要我当面测给你看啊？即便是很久以前的擦洗过的血，也能显现出来哦。
很久以前。阿福小兄弟说的没错呀，那可能是很久之前的痕迹。若是很久以前的痕迹，怎能认定昨晚发生过命案呢？没有证据能证明这些痕迹是昨晚产生的吧？我能证明血溅的时间。公事房门边墙上的血迹到图纸处就中断了，图纸后面的墙上也没有发现任何血迹，这说明墙上的图纸曾被人替换过。中断部分的血迹存在于被换掉的图纸上，而墙上图纸被替换的时间就在昨晚。那也说明不了什么呀。谁知道被替换的图纸上是不是早就有血迹了？我印象中的那2张图纸可是污迹斑斑的哦。何先生，你还是没有意识到问题的关键。我之所以能确定图纸被换的时间，是因为昨天傍晚文记者曾拍下公事房的照片，照片中墙上贴的是旧图纸，上面并没有血迹，说明血溅的时间就在昨晚。
No.
沈先。
这么说
Well, that was an interesting way to.
此言差矣。
That's not the case. All I did was lose the debate. Where's the crime in that?
况且，
Moreover, the debate we just had just now is entirely based on an assumption.
什么假设？
What assumption?
小兄弟所谓的事迹，
That little Afu's regent is actually able to detect bloodstains.
我曾受训于厂办化学学堂，自是亦读过不少西洋书籍。
Studied chemistry at Ironworks School and have also read countless foreign books.
荧光染料是见过不少。
Seen a number of fluorescent dyes, but I've never heard of a blood detection regent.
说不定
Possible that it's just a street trick, like changing the color of water or something.
我的试剂怎么就成接通技法了？
How is my regent just a street trick now?
它的主要成分
It's mainly composed of luminol and hydrogen peroxide.
血中的铁能催化双氧
The iron in blood can catalyze the decomposition of hydrogen peroxide to generate monooxygen?
三氧又能氧化
Monooxygen can oxidize luminol, and that's what makes it glow.
你
Should understand the principles behind it since you read the book.
也就是说，
So that means the detection of blood is actually the detection of iron. Whoop. That's right, even the tiniest amount of iron can be detected.
小兄弟，
Huh, this is an ironworks. Iron is everywhere. Generally, steel ingots and ironware won't give false positive, but rust or iron reagents will.
这些老丁背着骆炳生先生在公事房里做实验，还引发过爆炸。
Formanting used to conduct experiments in the office that even resulted in an
若是
explosion.
迸溅了某种含铁的
It's
石
also
剂，
possible that some regions containing iron was splashed at the time. Well, that could be possible. Pattern of the blood stain.
你都不能确
You
定的
can't
是
even
不
be
是
sure that they're bloodstains. What's there to say about the pattern?
沈先生的推断，
Hard
实
for
难
Mr.
令在下
Shin's
信服
deduction to convince me.
许衡所说也有一定道理。
Also has a certain truth to his words. Huh. Yay!
大人，依在下之
Your
小
Honor,
见，
in my humble
沈先生
opinion,
所
all
分
of
析
Shin's
之种种，
deductions
都
are
只是他
just
的臆
his
想罢了。
mere assumptions.
人命关天，此事若是
Murder
处理
is
草
a
率，
serious
难
crime.
免
This
将来
matter
公办
shall
大
never
乱。
be handled careless. Never be handled carelessly.
事不宜
Be
投之过
inappropriate
急
to act with undue haste.
先生，都怪我
It's
考虑
my
不
fault
周。
for being thoughtless.
含铁的
A
试
region
剂
containing
确实可以
iron
让
will
lumino
indeed
发
cause
光。
luminol to glow.
现在和私
One
事
insists
先生
that
没
a
有发生
murder
之外，
didn't take place,
感
and
觉
Mr.
会办大人快要
Seem,
被说服了。
Mr. Lee seems like he's almost convinced now.
我们该怎么办？
What should we do?
咱们再想别的办法证明。
We need to think of another way to prove it.
没有尸体，血迹又不被认可，还有
No
什么能
corpse
证明
and
这是
bloodstains
凶杀
aren't
案？
being taken into consideration.
凶器，
A murder weapon.
指出凶器，也能证明发生了命案。
Once murder weapon is identified, we can prove that this was a homicide.
不愧是先生，
You're
这
the
么快就有了
best.
思路。
You got an idea right away.
可是这么短时间，怎么找
How
凶
can we
器
find the
啊？
murder weapon in such a short amount of time?
对手那么狡猾，肯定已经把凶器销毁掉了。
Suspect is so cunning that they must have already destroyed the murder weapon.
凡有接触，必留痕迹。
All contact leaves traces. The evidence is not non-existent, but instead undiscovered.
以
Mm-hmm.
本物之相，其本事之相。
All objects and all images settle in different locations subsequently.
这个图形看起来就有
This
些眼
figure
熟。
actually looks quite familiar.
会留下这么大血迹的东西，应该是凶器吧？
Something that could leave such a large bloodstain should be the murder weapon, right?
我知道了，凶器
Murder
是
weapon was... I think it's this. But it was in a bag. Because that symbol looks familiar. Maybe. I guess we'll see.
凶器，就是银元。银元，沈先生真以为有钱能使鬼推磨吗？
Literally believe that money makes the mayor go.
何先生，
Mr. Ho, these are not just ordinary silver coins, but the wages received from you.
公事房地
There
面
are
的血
two
迹，
bloodstained symbols on the floor, one of which appears
其中一
on the
处
silver
正
coin.
可是沈先生，
How could a few silver coins be able to kill anyone, Mr. Shen?
这件证据
This
会
piece
告
of
诉
evidence will explain how
银
silver
元如何
coins were
成为
used
凶器。
as a murder weapon.
让银元成 为凶器的关键就在这其中。
Key to making silver coins, the murder weapon lies within
沈
this.
先生，这张照片有何玄机？还
If
请直
there's
接
any
指出。
mystery within this photo, please point it out directly.
一枚银元难以杀人。
It may be impossible to kill with one coin, but a bag of coins is enough to be a murder weapon.
诸位请看，
Please see here. This is the emblem of the Hanya Ironworks on the money bag.
这是在现场找到的另一处
There's
血迹，
another blood stain found at the crime scene.
其中的符号
Its pattern
与铁
is
厂标志的
perfectly
下半部
consistent with the lower half of the Ironworks emblem on the bag.
凶手在行凶之后，
After the
将
killing,
沾
the
血的钱袋
murderer
放在
put
地
the
上，
bloodied
因此
bag
留下了痕迹。
onto the floor, leaving behind a trace.
什么钱袋？
What
什么
money
银元？
bag? What silver coins?
何先生，
The money bag wasn't the murder weapon. Why did you wrap the wages in a headcloth?
许恒，照
Han
片中
Chang,
的
I
钱袋
recognize the
本来
money bag in the
的
photo.
确是你常用之物，
It is indeed something you often use.
这到底是怎么回事？
What's going
你
on?
的钱袋呢？
Where is your money bag?
会办大人，
Mr. Lee, Supervisor Ho suggested that you pay the wages in advance to reassure the people,
实际上是为了销毁凶
when
器。
in reality it was to dispose of the murder weapon.
这个行为足以说
This
明，
behavior alone is enough to show that,
何许恒，你就是杀人凶手。
oh, you are the murderer. Nothing to say?
大人，
Your
今
Honor,
早属下疏忽，
I accidentally ripped the corner of the money bag this morning due to my negligence.
为避免钱币
To
丢失，
prevent the loss of silver coins, I used a headcloth to wrap around the money instead.
这破损的钱
I
袋
got rid of the damaged money bag without a second thought. You destroyed it, didn't you?
银元上的血可以
Blood on the
洗掉
silver coins can be washed away, but the blood on money bag can't.
血气，
Blood?
哪
What
有什么
blood?
血气？小兄弟，
Don't forget, your
你的药
regent
剂无法确定地方的
can't
痕迹是
determine
血
whether the traces on the floor are bloodstains or a regent containing iron. Poor Afu.
真不懂你们是如何得出在下是凶手的结论的。
I seriously have no idea how you came to the conclusion that I'm the murderer.
说到底，你们没有决定性的证据，
In the end,
能
you
将
have
这
no
事与我联系
conclusive
在一起。
evidence to connect this matter to me. You.
看来，只有找到能直接证明何斯是参与了案件的证据。
Only way to nail him down is to find direct evidence that proves he was involved.
是什么样的证据呢？
What kind of evidence
不
could it
如
be?
由我来
Oh,
帮你梳理一遍案情。
our evil alter ego again. Well, inner voice. How about I help you sort out the events of this case?
不必了，
There's no need.
我自己
I
就可
can
以
do this myself.
回顾案件发生的过程，
Review the whole case and figure out which part of the murderer's plan would leave traces.
再把能证明何斯
Then
是
I
参与
need to
其中
present
的
the
证据
evidence that proves Supervisor Ho was involved.
在公事房，他以
In the
钱袋为
office,
凶器
he
杀
murdered
害
Ting
并
with a bag of coins, then carefully cleaned up the crime scene.
趁老李离开，他利用
When
掉
old
头的
Lee
尸
was
体
away,
上
he
二
used
层
the crane to hook and move the body to the second floor.
他在仓库中
Shaved rubber in the warehouse and set up the rubber railing before
在
working
工人上工
hours.
前布置好栏杆，完成后，
Once
他藏
finished,
身
he
于防
hid
身布下的铁料堆中，
in the iron cover
等
with
待
the
合适时机
tarpaulin,
出现。
with the tarpaulin waiting for the right moment to appear.
开始浇筑钢顶时，
Casting began, he used the ladle to create the incident, then hid in the corridor.
并藏身带老李去平炉正面查看爆
When
炸
old
现
Lee
场
went
时
to，check on the
他在仓库防
explosion,
身
he
布下的
hid
铁料
back
堆中。
into the iron heap.
最后，
Finally, after old Lee left, he used the elevator to
用
flee
升
the
降机
scene.
离开现场。
Hmm. something that proves... Hiding the iron heap would leave marks on the body, which might be detectable using a certain item. Oh, the luminol. Oops, I gotta choose the iron heap though. Supervisor Ho must have worn that uniform. How do I prove that he wore the uniform before?
如果无法证明，一定又会被他狡辩过去，就没有别的证据能证明他曾藏在铁料堆中吗？决定性的证据就在何思氏身上。
Conclusive as evidence lies on his person.
要是没什么事的话
There's nothing else. I'll take my leave.
且慢。
Hold on.
沈先生还有
What else can I do for you, Mr. Shen?
既然你坚称自己
Since
没
you
有杀人，
insist that you did not murder anyone.
为证清
To
白，
prove your innocence,
可否让
could you
阿
allow
福检测
Afu
下你的
to
头发和
test
衣
your
服？
hair and clothes?
沈仲平，
Shen
你不要欺
Charming,
人太甚。
you're going too far.
许恒，你既是清
Since
白
you're
的，
innocent,
验
why
验
would
又
you
何
be
惧？
afraid of a test?
大人，
Your
我没
Honor,
有杀人。
I didn't murder
是让自
anyone.
然测
It's
不出
only
血迹。
natural that bloodstains won't be detected on me.
但是和
But
杀
I'd rather die
不可
than be
辱啊！
humiliated.
这可怪了。
That's strange. It seems that by doing so, your innocence will be restored.
古人宁愿粉身碎骨，
Ancients
也
were
要留
willing
修
to
白
break
在
all
人
the
间。
bones in their body to prove their innocence.
何先生却为
You're
自
telling me
己
that
洗
you're
涤世
afraid
界
of a
吗？
few drops of regent, Mr. Ho? I'm
在下
completely
清清白白。
innocent. Of course I'm
自
not
然我。
afraid.
大人，
Mm-hmm.
我还需要一位铁厂人员配合做测试，最好不是工人。
I also need a staff member in the ironworks to take this test, but someone who isn't a worker.
古巡弟，你来配合。
Patrolman Koo, cooperate with him.
好嘞。
Sure thing.
看到，盒子是发光。
Look! Supervisor Ho is glowing.
难道在他的衣
Could
服
it
上
be that
印
blood
出了
is
血？
detected from his clothes? That's impossible.
绝不可能！我从未沾过血。
Never been stained with blood.
像卢米诺发
What
光
made
的
the luminol glow was not blood,
而是残留在何思
but
氏
the
身上的铁
fact
锈。
rust. But in fact, rust that was left on Supervisor Ho.
这就是决定性的证据。
This is the conclusive evidence.
你
What?
在说什么
What are you talking about?
何先生，
Mr. Ho, the iron and rust will also cause the luminol to
都会让
glow.
卢。这是刚刚
This
你
is
自己
something you
一直在
yourself
反复
have
强
been
调的事。
repeatedly emphasizing moments ago. Yipe!
在你的作案手法
It's
中
a very crucial
有
part
一
of
个
your
关键
plans.
环节。为避免与
To
牢里
avoid
相遇
running into Old Lee, you had to hide underneath the tarpaulin multiple times.
凡有接触，
All contact leaves traces.
防水布下
There is
都是
rusty
锈迹斑
steel
斑的
scrap
铁钢，
underneath the tarpaulin.
防水布的内侧则沾满了铁屑。即便当时
Even
你
if
套
you
了
wore a
衣服
uniform on the outside,
你的袖口
the cuffs of your sleeves, the hems of your clothes, and your hair are bound to be stained.
我常年在铁厂工作，
Working in the ironworks all year round, it's only normal for me to be stained with iron.
我料定你会如此辩解。
I knew you would say so, which is why I asked the patrolman to act as a control in an experiment.
他同在铁厂
He
工作，
also works in the ironworks, yet there is little to no luminol reaction on him.
这
How would you explain this then?
这
Well,
这个
this Let's.
我今日早上
When I was
盘点
making an
矿石时，
inventory of
不慎摔了
iron ore this morning, I accidentally tripped and fell.
想来是那时用
I
钢
guess
锈
the
毁
cuffs
掉
and hem of my shirt were dirtied then.
天下哪有那么巧的事？
How could there have been such a coincidence?
有时
Sometimes that's just the luck of the draw.
何先生，
Mr.
不
Ho,
知你是如何
how
做
did you
到的？
fall so that the rust got all over your braid?
脚底打滑，
I slipped and fell on my back.
何先生撒谎
You
又
just
吓
lied
人
and gave yourself away, Mr. Ho. Ooh,
你的辫子上
there's
没有
not
闪
much
亮
of a
光
blue glow on your braid as there is on the top of your head.
你
You,
诓我，
you tricked me.
真是胡闹！
This is outrageous.
罗先生，
Mr. Ho, we can also make a comparison with the traces on the uniform.
看看光复领
We'll
口
see
的
if the
衣袖上的
traces
痕
on the
迹
uniform
与你
can
身上
match
的
the
痕迹是否
traces
相连。
on you.
离开平罗尔层后，
After leaving the furnace area, you had to show up as soon as possible to avoid suspicion.
而后
Then you discussed with Mr. Deputy Administrator about paying wages early to destroy the weapon.
再之后，我与阿佛便
Right
赶到铁厂
after,
开始
Afu
调查。
and I arrived at the ironworks and began our
因此你
investigations.
并没有太多的时间。
Therefore,
处
you
理自
did
己
not
身
have
上
the
的
time
痕
to
迹
deal with the traces on your person.
这是刚刚你乱了方寸的原因，
That was the reason you were so flustered earlier.
对吧？
Confess,
你已经
you
无
have
可狡
no
辩了。
more excuses. Oh,
没错，
that's right.
是我干的。
I did it.
许航，这究竟是为什么？
Why in the world would you do this?
许航，我找到改进工艺的方法。
I found a method that can improve the steel making process.
今后我们再也不
From
用
this
采
day
买国
on,
外
we
的高
won't
质
have to
手法
buy expensive coke from overseas anymore.
咱们的成本
Cost is
比起
1/3
德国和
lower
日本
than
低
that
了
of
1/3，
Germany and
而质
Japan,
量
yet
几
the
乎一致。
quality is almost the same.
老丁，你终于做到
Formanting,
了，
you've finally done it.
我这大半辈子，
I've been waiting my whole life for this day, and now
咱们的铁
our
路
railways
总算
can
能用上
finally
自
use
家产
steel
的钢轨
rails
了。
made by ourselves.
老丁，
Formanting, the
London
test
is a
report
bubble.
from London is here.
报告上说，
Says that the steel
London
rails
is
made
a
with your
bubble.
new method have a
含量
risk
超标，
of
有断
fragmentation.
裂之虞。断裂？
Fragmentation? That's
Triple
impossible.
我们刚刚做
We've
完机
just
械性能
completed
测试，
tests on
没有
its
任何问
mechanical
题。
properties, and there's no problems at all.
报告我放公事房了。
I'll leave the report in the office. You can take a look for yourself.
没道理啊！
This doesn't make
明明每
sense.
个环节都……
Every segment was undoubtedly.
老丁，休息一下吧，你3天没喝药了。
Formanting, you should take a break. You haven't slept in 3 days.
检测，一定是检测报告
This
出了
test,
问
there
题。
must be something wrong with this test report.
你如果不信，也可以找骆先生检测。
You can ask Mr. Robinson to test it again. However, Formanting, it's still because of the coke.
接受现实
It's。time to accept reality.
李大人已经决定继续采买
Mr. Lee
威
has
斯特法利
already
亚烧厂。
decided to continue purchasing Westphalia coke.
老丁，
Formanting, please understand that this is mainly due to consideration for the production time. Oh, well, I should congratulate you then, Supervisor Ho.
老丁，
Formanting,
你
what
什
do
么
you
意思？
mean?
这几个月，
You've
全
been
车间都被
fooling
你
the
骗得
entire
团团转。
factory for months.
说吧，
Tell me, how many benefits have you and Mr. Robinson received from them?
老丁你要干什么？老丁你别过
What
来
are！you doing? Don't come near me. That was confusing.
老丁，老丁，
Formanting, Formanting.
这么说，你是情急之下出于自保。
You mean, in a moment of desperation, you accidentally killed Formanting in self-defense?
是，
Yes.
沈先生，
Mr. Shen,
你怎么看？
what do you reckon? I doubt it was self-defense, but I don't know what to use to prove it. I do not think he acted purely out of self-defense. Ejected bloodstains on the floor and cast off patterned bloodstains on the wall. This shows that the murderer continued to hit Ting on the head even after he fell to the ground. Doing so was just to ensure that Foreman Ting's death was certain. Your way of disposing of the body was impossible to carry out without planning in advance. Therefore, even if you murdered Foreman Ting impromptu last night, your murder scheme was deliberately planned. So what exactly is the truth? Foreman Ting suggested a method of steelmaking that uses cheaper materials. This method reduced costs but cut off the purchaser's source of wealth. This is the reason why Supervisor Ho and Robinson colluded to falsify the test report. To persuade Mr. Lee to continue purchasing pricey coke so that they could make money from it. Ting suspected the report was false, but he failed to challenge the authority of Mr. Robinson. So he conducted experiments in the name of worshipping gods to prove the report was wrong. Yet Supervisor Ho took advantage of this as well to create the illusion of Ting's suicide. You treacherous leech! Leech? I did all of this for the ironworks. So what if I cooperated with Mr. Robertson and interfered with our self-inspection report? You think I'd be able to tamper with the report in London? Chemical testing, phosphorus content, standards of the process. Those are all shackles that they're forcing us to wear. Even the newspapers that besmirch us are owned by them. They're holding our lives by the neck. What do you have that could ever counter that? Have you no shame? Rights to building railways in China have already been divvied up among foreign lords. There's a tremendous profit in every single segment. We were under the spotlight after we successively sealed several steel rails deals a while ago. We used to be runts who follow behind them, yet now we're trying to flip the table over. Do you think the foreign lords will allow ironworks to continue standing in the spotlight? By purchasing expensive coal, you're just returning a portion of the benefits back to them. Is this how you justify filling your own pocket? This way, the ironworks will survive while I earn a little money, a way of living. You have brought me such disappointment. Have you lost your ambition to build industry in China? Ambition? Can you eat ambition to sustain yourself? With shackles everywhere, how will we ever be able to improve the prosperity of the country? However, since the test report was falsified, that means, even though he could only use low-quality minerals and cheap coal, Ting did make good steel. So what? Means that foreigners aren't the only ones who can make innovations in steel-making technology. You can't be so naive as to think, that a little innovation can change the situation, can you? It's just the wishful thinking of an ant that wants to move trees.
若丁教母所做的技术革新，真如皮肤
Formanting's
般微不足
technical
道，
innovations are really as insignificant as an ant.
你口中的
Why
人
would
大
the foreign lords
又
you
为何要在
speak
检
of
测报告上
sabotage and
使绊作假
falsify the
呢？
test reports?
这
That.
如果没有这一点点的革新积累，
Without the
谈何自立自
accumulation
强
of each speck of innovation, how can we compete with foreign companies?
愚公世代能移山
With，determination, even mountains can be moved. With unity, our nation is bound to thrive.
我会将丁
I
教
will
母的
write
真理
about
写进报道，
Formanting's story
激
in
励
my
更
news
多人
report
投入实
so
业
that I
中国
can
的事业中。
inspire more people.
办铁厂虽艰难万
So
险，
many hardships
若
is
只知苟且
in
行事，
running an
后悔
ironworks.
自
We
有
won't
无
succeed
辩
if
之
we
之。
choose to muddle along.
徐恒，你鼠
Oh,
目
a
寸
man
光，
as
怎能理
short-sighted
解这
as you
千
would
钧
never
之责？
understand the weight of such responsibility. Too bad.
来人，把何
Someone
许恒
take
押下
Hung
去。
away and get Robinson in this
Unloading.
office immediately. Woohoo! Case number 3 solved. And there's a chapter ending, so we'll
丁教母
see
之事，多亏了沈先生。
where it is. It's all thanks to you, Mr. Shen. That's the matter of the matter of Formanting is settled.
分内之事，
Thank
何
you.
足挂齿。
I was just performing my duties. It is not worth mentioning.
可惜那个骆
Too
驼
bad
山
that
竟然借口
Robinson
人
ran
家有
away.
不
Don't let him get away
会
with
被
this,
大人
Mr.
千万别
Lee.
放过他。
Our next lead.
若丙生之事，
Promise I will do my
本
best to
班
deal
定
with
会尽力
Robinson.
而为。沈先生，
Mr. Shen,
本
I
班
would
还有
like
一
to
些
have
话
a few
想
words
单
with
独与阿
Afu
福
in
说，
private.
不知
Would
可
that
否？
be
阿福，
Afu?
我
I
在
will
门外
wait for you outside. Job offer?
本班初次见你
I
便觉
thought
得
you
有
looked
熟。
familiar ever
你可
since I
是
saw you. Could
徐
you
大
be
人
the
之子？
son of Mr. Hisu?
哎，
Huh? Do
我
I
和他
look
长得
that
这么
much
像吗
like him?
像，
Of course, being so
你小小
knowledgeable
年
at
纪
such
就
a
如
young
此
age
博
is
学多
quite
闻，
a spitting
构成
image
他的
of
风
him.
采。当年，
Back when your
你父亲担任
father was
海
the
洋铁厂
deputy
会办时，
administrator of
我
the
还是个初
ironworks,
出茅
I
庐的
was
小
just
子呢。
a greenhorn.
真难想象会办大人曾经的样子。
It's hard to imagine what Mr. Deputy Administrator used to be like.
阿福，你看到
Have you
实验室
seen
的
the
书了
books
吗？
in the laboratory?
当然
Yep, I've read them all super attentively a long time ago.
那些，
Those books were all written and translated by your father.
唉，
Alas, it's a
可
shame.
惜天妒
Shame
英
God is
才。
jealous of talents. That
那场爆炸，
explosion,
大人，
Your Honor, that's all in the past.
嗯，
These people
人
need to
还
look
是要
forward.
向前看。
大人放心，
Don't worry, Your Honor. I'll keep passing down the knowledge of physics.
很好，
Excellent,
真是
like
我们
father,
这
like
群
son.
子。以后常
So
回
did
海
his
洋来
dad
看看。
die
这
in
就
an
是你的
accident
家。
too? Come back and visit often, alright? This is your home.
我会的。
I will.
久等了。
Sorry to keep you waiting.
咦，
There's a
先生
good
身上
smell
好像很
coming off
香
you,
啊
Shen. Oh, I forgot he likes to fill his stomach. He's hungry boy.
拿去吧。
Here you go.
麻红糕。
Sesame cake!
不妨帮我试试，里面有没有蒙汗药？
You might as well help me check to see if it's laced with any knockout drugs. All done. Sweet and crispy. No poison whatsoever. Aren't you gonna eat any, Shen?
我不许试。
I'm not a fan of sweets. Moreover, Afu,
阿福，
oh, I thought he was gonna say something else. Do we want to talk talk to him before we leave? Mr. Patrolman, what are you doing here? Old Chow can't find Wu, so he asked me to help out. Oh. Should go and look around in the courtyard. We saw Wu secretly burying this morning's slag under the camphor tree in the courtyard. Ah, Miss Wen smiled and took a photo of Wu. Then he noticed his face was as red as an apple. He insisted that he wasn't burying slag, but actually helping the trees loosen soil. He's so stubborn, that little donkey boy. Old Lee, now that the case is solved, you can finally take a break. Thanks to you two, the statue situation has finally settled down. No one's afraid of entering the office now, right? Not at all. Everyone's saying that Foreman Ting lives inside that statue now. Foreman Ting will bless us, and bless the ironworks too. That's one way of understanding, I guess. The helpers are willing to take over my work now. Mr. Lee allowed me to take a few days off. Just like an old farmer entering the imperial city. It's a first time for everything. Going to head on home and take a nap. After that, I'll still have to come and keep watch. You can't have any mistakes for something that important. Auntie Wu. Hey, Auntie, what are you still doing here? I thought you departed. Click, click. You rascal, what a terrible thing to say. Don't be upset, Auntie. I was just worried that you didn't have any time to rest. After all, you're the most amazing coroner across the world. Don't flatter me. Your detective is much more skillful in his abilities. I'm not worthy of your praise, Auntie. What are you acting all modest? Even I was almost fooled during the case from before, but you were able to see through the trickery. Take a rest, Auntie. See you around. I'd rather not. What are the odds a coroner and a detective run into each other? Someone must have died. Have you finished handling everything here? Yes, I have uncovered the truth and the ironworks will resume production very soon. Yai is an old friend of mine. He regards this ironworks as his own life. Mr. Shen, Golden Word Publishing House has replied to your telegram. What does the telegram say? Supervisor Acadia Fang is familiar with the book The Confined Room Mystery and is willing to help. That's great. Shen, let's go to Yangtze right away. And come aboard. Ting's determined shadow clears up the night. The moon in Hanyang is shining bright. Look at what is made in Hanyang today. Watch and wonder as flames burst into waves. My inspiration is flowing. Which of these should I use as my new headline? Oh no! Don't set sail just yet. Too late. That was a long chapter. Even until today, Danzao Shinho Boarding Hebei still use the steel rails made by the Hanyang Iron Works. Oh. So maybe that's some actual history included in the game? I haven't gotten the chapter ending screen yet, but I think I'm probably going to go ahead and call it here. We solved the mystery, or the murder. Mystery murder. And we're on our way to possibly the publisher for their help on solving the brothers' murder. So yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for the follows, for the subscriptions, the bits. Thanks everybody. Hope you enjoyed. And we'll see you next time.